Так, ну что, всем привет. Снежная наконец-то вышла. Давайте отправляемся в матушку-ратушку. Россиюшку, неважно. М.
The day's finally come! We're off to meet the Tsaritsa of Snezhnaya! What is she planning? And why does she need the gnosies? Soon, we'll have our answers! Guess this'll be the end of your journey that your sister mentioned. What is she expecting you to find there? Snezhnaya still feels like a long way away. Hopefully, there'll be plenty of time to relax, eat some good food, and have fun before we arrive. Oh, but whenever Paimon gets thinking about how our destination is right around the corner, all these questions... Yeah. Anyway, enough about all that. We can't start the final leg of our journey with that kind of mindset. Just think. We've fought dragons and sea monsters, defeated creations of the gods, faced prophecies of doom and the threat of the abyss. Heck, we've even been to the moon! With all that experience under our belts, how can we be sure thing? Now, stick close to Paimon, the best guide you could ever ask for, and let's charge straight for the finish line! Off we go!
What about me? Do I get a call out?
Whoa! Columbina? Whew, you kind of snuck up on us there. Don't look at Paimon! Paimon didn't sell you out this time! Oh, so it was you! Alright, guess there's no hiding it now.
All your friends have gathered at the flagship to see you off. I invited Sandrone too, but she said she had to go back to Snezhnaya. She must be busy. She had some nasty things to say about you before leaving. Would you like to hear them?
She hasn't changed a bit. Alright, let's hear it.
If they're heading to Snezhnaya, I'll bet it's to cause trouble for Her Majesty the Tsaritsa. Attending a farewell party for people like that would not be a good look for me right now. Also, Please tell them not to count on getting help from a Fatui Harbinger in Snezhnaya. Our time working together was not terrible, precisely, but we're on different sides. So when you get there, don't do anything to make life difficult for both of us.
Well, that definitely sounds on brand for her. The attitude, the reasoning. All right, we'll do our best to keep our distance then.
No, you've misunderstood. I think she means that she'd like you to go see her. As long as you don't make things difficult for both of you, you'll be fine.
Huh. You really have to read between the lines with Centrone.
Go on, get to the flagship. Everyone should be there by now. I told Lauma that you once treated me to a truly unforgettable meal. Today, I want to return the favor. It's my gift to you.
It's definitely nice to be treated, but hopefully by this point, you know...
The moon of Nodcry will always give you a warm welcome.
Да, а что, нам вечеринку прощали не покажут? Жалко. Так вот просто телепортировали. Ни по поездке на корабле, ничего. Да.
Pure white as far as the eye can see. It's so pretty. Come on, give up.
Где она физически находится-то? А. А помните, когда-то у нас была отговорка, что лошадей они не могут делать, потому что не могут анимации для них
Similar
сделать?
to the ones in Nodcry. You know, just minus the effects of Kulaki. That's a sure sign that we're officially in Snezhnaya now.
Это звук, что ли, нет?
There's gotta be a treasure chest around here somewhere. No adventure is complete without a chest or two. Wah! Paimon got a mouthful of snow. Ooh, it's so cold. Paimon's gonna snuggle up to you for a bit to get warm. Hey, check it out! Those are bears, right? Oh, look how big and fluffy they are! So cute! Quick, take a picture before the... Let's see how your camera skills are these days. Come on, quick! It looks like a train cam... Paimon's heard that Snezhnaya has loads of railways and trains. This must be one of them. But why is it abandoned? Ooh, it's still so cold. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. So it's hard to describe, but everything feels heavy. Oh, no need. Paimon's just feeling a little low on energy. Yep, sure thing. Snezhnaya, here we come. like the snowstorm is getting worse by the minute. Paimon can barely fly. Oh, look! There's a cabin over there. Phew. Let's get out of this storm.
А чё этот скин одели?
What is this place? Where's Paimon? I need to find her fast. Paimon! Paimon! That's strange. Where could she be? I guess I'll try further ahead. Hang in there, Paimon. Is that a train carriage? Maybe I can get up from the inside.
Вот ссылка на Uncharted.
Is this an answer from this world? It says here, Kresnik's torch, civilian model. It's definitely getting a little warmer now it's turned on. I really hope Paimon's okay. Is this an answer from this world? What was that strange sound? I can't tell if... Paimon? Paimon, is that you?
Вот-то. Подяра.
Incoming entity detected. Authorization granted. Initiating original. Hello, Descender, who's reached the eve of tomorrow. Eye of Gray at your service. Time since last activation. Time measurement unavailable due to the influence of... Anyway, it must have... I was born to fulfill a mission. To reach tomorrow. To this end, I must... Strange. What was it? Wait, my body? Huh? Why is my body like this? Apologies. After a long period of inactivity, it appears that a lot of data has been lost. Anyway, I was created so that humanity could reach tomorrow. But I am unable to load further details at this moment. Nevertheless, serving humanity remains my primary objective. I have detected a drop in your surface body temperature. You cannot remain active in this state for much longer. In accordance with my preset programming, upon reactivation, I must ask the one who awakened me the following question. Will you accept me, Transcender? I will assist you, protect you, and fulfill my mission. You have made a very wise decision. Now, I detected that you called out a name earlier. Presumably that of your missing companion? The name was Paimon. After helping you get out of here, I will search for a match in the nearby, merely the tip of the iceberg. Now that we have reached an accord, you will be my new user. May I ask your name? Very well. I will remember this name until the mission is complete. I need to recover my body, retrieve the power to unlock tomorrow, and help. I can sense my power scattered across this ice-covered land. I even have a vague sense of where the key right now is you. You must survive. You may now execute the command, Demolish. Use it to remove the prime ice blocking the path and obtain prime ice unit count has been updated. You may now execute the command, Build. Use it to create a prime ice construct to prop up the
Ебать,
door.
реально Fortnite.
Is this an answer from this world?
Scanning local environment. That would not be an efficient approach. One moment. Usable construct blueprint detected nearby. You can use this to clear the solid ice ahead of you more quickly.
I'll keep this close.
Construct blueprint added to records. You may now execute the command, Build Heat Source. Generate a temporary heat source to rapidly melt the solid ice.
Is this an answer from this world?
My scan indicates the path is straight ahead. I recommend we proceed. Kresnik Crystal located. Please collect at your earliest convenience. The recent construct you built provides highly efficient heating by utilizing the unique properties. Unfortunately, prime ice constructs have a very short lifespan and cannot be stabilized during the development period. Hence, the authorization to... That said, I have already forgotten... Yes, perhaps that... But for now, all you need to remember is this. If you collect Kresnik Crystal, I can Low power. Please use Kresnik Crystal. Signs of physiological activity detected in the distance. It is
Easy,
highly
boy.
likely to be your travel companion, Paimon. Go. Go now. Be reunited and sing together. May all the people be united as one. May all of life rejoice in unison. Approaching the target location. Scanning for signs of life. Life forms detected. 2. Affirmative. However, that is not the reason for my confusion. According to my database, this location, real-time environmental data suggests that the train station may no longer be in use.
Paimon!
Алёша! А нет, этот. Себе вот этот поворот.
Who are you?
Don't worry. She's only sleeping. You must be the Traveler. She called your name repeatedly while attempting to battle her way through the blizzard. Newcomers to Snezhnaya struggle to adapt to the sheer cold at the best of times. Lately, even the locals are suffering. You two must be very important to one another. You should take...
Your eyes. Are you...
There are indeed some Conrians. It would be unwise to interrogate my identity here. We will meet again.
The unidentified subject has now left the area. He appears to be an individual of great significance, but my search has yielded no relevant data. I will try searching the database. Against the odds, your companion is safe and sound. The...
Traveler! Oh, thank goodness you're okay. Paimon was so worried.
It's okay. Take it easy. Are you feeling alright?
Pretty much the same as when we first got to Snezhnaya. Wait, where did the jester... Yep, the director of the...
The Jester must know everything about the Tsaritsa's plans. But there's no... Well, he was right.
He had no intention of explaining his motive.
Hey! What the... Who is that? It looks like... half a pair of goggles.
Snezhnaya was once the land of the Fae. There are many ancient creations here that I'm sure would broaden your mind further still. Mind you, my database is also expanding as we speak.
Oh, wow! Well, thank you so...
Goodwill detected. Instead of candy, perhaps I can suggest my preferred strategy. Please clean...
Oh, that makes sense. Anyway, back to the just when he first showed up. He already knew Paimon's name. Paimon could tell that he was Conrian from his eyes. And it was only later, after he rescued Paimon from the snow, that he properly introduced himself. Oh, seems unlikely. He ran into the snow following the sound of Paimon's voice, and after bringing Paimon here, he just stared out at the snow. Paimon didn't feel unsafe around him, and she didn't...
Please allow me to interrupt. Fatui and Director are
Wait, you've seriously never heard of the Fatui?
understood. Since they hold elite positions and serve their god directly, it stands to reason that they would conduct themselves with due decorum. I am inclined to agree with your assessment, Miss Paimon. I did not detect any ill will from—
Sorry, I shouldn't have encouraged you to talk so much. Paimon, new plan. Let's get out of Snezhnaya for now. We can come back after the weather clears up and you're all— The jester mentioned that this snowstorm, being the work of a monster, is worse than most.
Oh, well, it's really nice of you. We were really psyched up for this journey when we first set off. Just
Further information is required regarding the monster situation. At this point, we have traveled a significant distance into the blizzard. Were we to turn back now, the road would be If, however, we continue onward. Do you remember what I said as we neared this location? I told you we can break through the blizzard and forge ahead, but there is a small town up ahead, which would be the perfect place for me.
Paimon thinks Goggles here makes a great... Oh, come on. Don't worry. Think of all the traveling we've done so far. When it...
Affirmative. Should you ever need my assistance during your future... Otherwise, I will remain silent to avoid causing any unnecessary distraction.
I'll keep this close.
Please confirm when you are ready to...
Я думаю, мы его останавливать будем, а у нас просто буквально...
Heading north from here, we will soon arrive at... Wait, there's an error message.
What is it?
Brace for impact, friends! Preparing to enter in... How strange. Not only was the station's status different from my records, but even the railroads.
Yeah.
My sincere apologies for putting you in danger. I'm afraid I'm as confused by all this as you are. Agreed. This is likely a consequence of outdated railroad data. The discrepancies between the old data and present reality. Fortunately, our crash landing has at least brought us much closer.
Your data had better be...
I can assure you, it certainly is. It seems our ill-fated train ride was a blessing in disguise. We have rest assured that I will take user preferences into account next time I plan a...
Кокошники си.
Excuse me, is there an inn nearby?
I'm sorry, but they've all closed.
Sorry to interrupt. We're looking for a place to stay.
I can't even afford to warm my own house, let alone run a business.
can stay around these parts?
I'm afraid not. You'll have to try your luck somewhere else.
All we can do is wait for the next
Just
shipment of Kresnik crystal to get here.
wanna play new Снежная. Wanna finish it as fast as possible
Hi
because
there.
I'm waited
Do
for
you
so
know
long.
if there are any inns still taking guests in this?
Doubt it. They're probably all closed. No one has enough Kresnik crystal to heat their own homes, let alone a... I clocked you a while back. You adventurers or something?
Why is that?
In part. But the bigger reason's Project Stuja. Since it's Her Majesty's will, we have to put up with it whether we... Oh, sorry. I assumed it was common knowledge by now. Even if they used all the surplus Kresnik crystal in Snezhnaya. So, the Vetja passed a resolution requiring all factories and households to reduce their energy consumption.
Yep, I still don't
Policy
understand
has
why
thus
they
been charmingly
choose
named
make
Project
Снежная in
Stuja,
August, yeah.
meaning bitter
It's supposed to
cold.
be in December, I agree.
Bitter
But
cold.
that's what we have.
So, like,
Pretty much. When you're broke, you scrimp and save. When it's cold, you huddle together for warmth. Trouble is, if you stretch someone out like an elastic band for too long, who knows if they can ever
But yeah,
bounce back.
this is look exactly like Russia.
You know what?
I surprised.
Come with me and see for yourself.
Can you please explain to me why the price of Kresnik crystal has gone up by a third again? You only come here twice a month. This won't even last us a week.
The supply and pricing of Kresnik crystal are based on current production volumes, and we Fatui are only responsible for delivery and security. I'm not in a position to explain to you how the figures are calculated, but I assure you...
Oh, so our lives mean nothing to you? How can you expect anyone to survive a single night in this weather without heating?
Since you insist on making me repeat myself every single visit, I will remind you again. There is no
What market? Nobody else is selling! And when they do, they charge 8 times the normal rate!
Which is why the Snezhnegrad Veche passed a resolution to support border communities. Without which, you wouldn't even... So if you're here just to argue, move aside and let the next person in line come forward.
You...
All right, everyone, let's calm down for a second.
Pushkin.
A few words, if I may. We all know how cold it is. And the more it snows, the harder life gets.
But Liaison Shishkin, there's clearly something wrong with this quota. I have a family in Marepasak who tell me they can buy at least double our crystal allotment.
Oh, believe you me, I had the same reaction when I first saw the numbers. Still, you must understand that calculating these energy quotas is a complicated balancing act. Our top priority must be to keep the largest Kresnik's torch burning continuously. Only then can we sell the remaining crystal for household use. As our Fatui comrades said, they are only responsible for delivering the goods. They need to keep accurate records, and they do not have any authority to
That's right. Our duty is to...
Tell you what, listen. I know how anxious and upset everyone is. What we can do is open the lower combustion chamber of the Kresnik's torch to the public. I can't guarantee there'll be ample energy for household use. But we can at least make sure you'll be able to boil water and cook food each day.
Fine. I don't see any else.
so... This is Project Stuja in action, huh?
You were looking for an inn, right? For your, Fae...
Oh, Paimon's not a fae. Just Paimon. She must...
I have a small place in Stratomoros. I don't stay there very often, though. But if you're not picky, you're welcome to rest there for...
Are you sure? Oh...
All right, then. Hello, I'm Alosha. I'm a hunter.
So... Oh, wait. Paimon only introduced herself so far, didn't...
Good to meet you. I'm Alosha.
Hello.
Most travelers find the Snezhnayan climate to be a shock to the system at first. Still, you should keep an eye on your condition. When people are too quick to dismiss a cold, it
Don't say that! Paimon's too young for chronic health.
They aren't in town right now, and they won't be back anytime soon. I do a lot of hunting, so I spend most of my time exposed to the elements. But even the animals, nothing to do but sit tight in town until the weather improves. I get that you're in a hurry, but even if the station were open, that doesn't mean there'd be any trains. What? Your own train? Wait, oh,
Oh, we got lucky and found it in a cave. Oh,
pretty crazy for a random find in the mountains. Well, I've been doing some digging recently. Turns out, the real reason for the current energy crisis in Stratomiro, but to expose what's going on, I need to catch them in the act. So...
huh? Wait. Oh,
It's a figure of speech. Real rabbits couldn't pull this off. They'd prefer carrots to Kresnik Crystal anyway. Shishkin, Mr. Positive Attitude.
him? Really?
Huh? You're coming with?
Oh, okay, alright. Guess there's no point
Oh yeah, there's one more introduction to do. Tagarin, get in here.
Блин.
Oh, a doggy. Oh,
He likes to think he's above that kind of thing. He's my carrots aside. We'll need to stay completely undetected. We can't risk spooking our rabbit. First, we need to find a way into the train station and see if we can find any real freight data. Shishkin's figures. Then, we get Tugarin to catch a scent and find out, what are you eating?
Oh, check it out. Good doggy.
A fellow dog lover, huh?
Yup.
Good to know. Eat up, Tugarin.
Paimon's just gonna stay.
Wait. Nice work, Tugarin. Come on, we'll go around. This way. We'll enter from the upper floor. There we go. A freight list. Straight from the Fatui. So Shishkin won't have had the chance to doctor the figures. Looks as new as the day it was printed. I guess no one bothers reading these unless they have ulterior motives. Yeah, this is all we need. Come on, let's get out of here. Then go track down the Crystal. Tugarin's a keen hunter, and catching rabbits is his specialty. Anywhere there's a stove, there'll be the scent of Crystal. That's normal. But if he picks up the scent of Crystal somewhere and there's no stove around, that's how we know something's up. This must be the rabbit's warren. Good job, sure enough. There's a tunnel. You stay here and keep watch.
Thanks for looking out for us. Things are getting tough.
No need to thank me. It's my pleasure. Sure as Her Majesty, let's grit our teeth until the blizzard passes. These days of hardship will be over soon.
Maybe for everyone else, Liaison Shishkin. But for you, the hard times have only just begun.
Huh? Who are you?
I just had a question for you. Why, when times are as tough as this, would someone hoard more Kresnik Crystal than they could ever use? All the crates here are from the most recent shipment, but they weren't brought here for sale. Would you be able to shed any light on the situation?
Me? Why, I have no idea. But
this godsend was found in a cellar adjacent to your residence following a tip from... And this is only a fraction of what we found down there. We're still taking a full inventory. The official figures will be finalized. I've always been grateful for your efforts to mediate between us and the townspeople of Sretomaros. But now, Mr. Shishkin...
How could you do this to...
We trusted you to have our backs. You've been lying to us this whole time?
Hey, I owe you all, and this isn't who I am. We all know how difficult life has been since Project Stuzia came into force. Energy is an increasingly... I grew up in Alatir, a small village with no train station. Deliveries of Kresnik Crystal have ceased there entirely. You know as well as I do how downright impossible it is to buy I watched as energy grew scarcer by the week, all the while knowing that there... Looks like I'm just not cut out to be a criminal. I have the official Snezhnayan quotas here. Anyone who has already purchased energy I'll make a batch purchase of crystal worth 3 months' salary for you all to use free of charge.
You don't have to go there.
Yeah, owning up to your mistake is enough for me. You've done plenty of— Drop the act. You claim this was a one-time mistake, but the real reason—
Reporting in, sir. We've conducted a full search of the mayor's house. As expected, we found many crates full of crystal, half of which were
This wasn't your first time at all. You've been colluding with the train station's currently out of service, but it does open for a short window every time there's an energy delivery. And every time a train pulls in, the mayor handpicks said workers. Per his instructions, they transport the crystal by tunnel at night to the mayor's house, and he sells it out of town. But since he can't get the goods out of town by train, he had to arrange an alternative method of transportation. This meant slower sales.
Wait. The mayor's in—
Preposterous. What proof do you have of any of this?
Какие ваши доказательства?
Basic math. I've spent a lot of time lately counting carriages as the snow—
Counting carriages?
The energy consumed by a train depends on its total weight. And since energy is a limited resource right now, it's fair to assume that every carriage is packed full. So, if we take the energy required for the Kresnik's torch, add the sales figures you provided, then compare that figure to the train's, the numbers never match. It's always off by 1 or 2 carriages worth. This time, you set a new record.
You mean to tell me that—
I'm a hunter. I have 2 options.
Well, I've heard enough. The evidence speaks for itself.
You cocky little brat!
Yeah, something felt off. So I just followed my gut. Math isn't my strong suit, though. I'm lucky my dad—
Thank you for your assistance. Here, Shishkin was quite the cunning criminal, as I'm sure you can tell. He did all of the—
A wolf in sheep's
Even with that sob story he fed us. He was probably trying to keep— Without the compelling case you put together, even I'm— Alosha, was it?
We can go find some wild animals if you want. I'll find—
I didn't mean to cast suspicion on your identity. It's just— Well, I'm sure they hide in plain sight under false identities, working against Project Stuzia. Sometimes they aren't a violent organization, and their goal is to improve the lives of the common folk.
First I've heard of this. All I know is, people who don't mind their own business in the city end up As for me, I just couldn't stand Shishkin. I'm from Alatir myself, and I can tell you, of course, no one really cares about the fate of that place. I'm guessing today—
I see. It does. I will report this incident to Snezhnegrad. The Fatui will take over energy distribution until new officials are appointed. Looks like it's my turn to brush up.
Don't mention it. Isn't the soldier overseeing the delivery supposed— Excuse me. I'll take a share of Kresnik Crystal. I need to take a detour before we head back. There's someone I have to deliver this crystal to. Hang tight for a moment. This old lady, she does—
Анка.
Oh, grandson.
Ma'am, it's me.
Alosha?
You know me. I came by earlier today. Cleaned the ashes out of your stove. Gave you some—
Oh, now, how often do I get to see my—
It's okay. You just rest. I'm fine.
Oh, you. It's nice to come and visit your old granny once in a while, isn't it? Sretomoros, sit down. Come on, take—
Please, don't get up on my—
Right under the basket by the door. Well, grandson.
Very much, ma'am.
Good, good.
You don't need to save any more for me next time, all right? Fresh fruit is...
Oh, I don't need it. I'm...
Some kind soul must have given these to her. But she always saves the nicer things for... I met her at the market back before her health began declining. Not many people have heard of Alatir. And if they have, it's usually for all the wrong... Now that it's an abandoned village, it's rare to find anyone who shares fond memories of our hometown. So after we got talking and realized... I first learned of Stratomoros's energy supply problems from a passing comment, and the town's been in decline for a while now. But because of her memory problems, she thinks of it as the bustling... That said, I kind of appreciate her It's fine. Everyone grows old. In Snezhnaya, some people believe that in your final moments, you'll sense a familiar... You turn to look at them, but their face is blurry. So if the Grim Reaper reaches out and She still calls me grandson, though. Come on, let's get back...
Paimon, we're back.
Yep. Paimon's not cold anymore. But she's still a little dizzy. But Paimon's sure she'll be fine. It's probably just from...
Her complexion's looking much better. Let's keep an eye on her.
Sure. But enough about that.
I'll explain.
Jeez, you guys got pretty busy. Sounds like the liaison. So, you said the train station...
Yeah. Well, enough to survive at least. Project Stuja isn't going away anytime soon. Don't know. The goal of Project Stuja is to gather energy for the Tsaritsa. But no one knows where... The thing is, we were told that the project would only last for 6 months. But time...
Extending it?
That's what everyone suspects. In principle, any proposed extension needs to pass by, but even though opposition has been growing, any detractors end up caving into political pressure from the Rooster, Pulcinella. He's the chair of the Snezhnegrad Veche and a key figure in the voting process. He has...
How come the Fatui are picking on ordinary...
I don't see it like that. Fundamentally, the Fatui... But that doesn't mean they don't care about the plight of the common folk. The only reason Stratomoros still receives Crystal shipments is because of a relief proposal put... Then there's the Fatui soldiers providing support in every corner of the nation. Even the Northland Bank provided some mora for disaster relief. It's just that the rich and powerful in their fancy palaces live in a completely different world from us. There's all... Yeah, well, even though we all believe in Her Majesty the Tsaritsa, there are still many differences of opinion. Regular folk don't have an easy way of getting their voices heard in Snezhnegrad, while the rich and powerful are either unwilling... The Rokad provides the disaffect... Of course, an organization like that exists in a gray area. The moment the Veche think they've crossed a line, there's sure to be a but so far, they've been doing their best to help the common folk. Like us, don't you mean? You didn't hesitate to join.
Yes, because we're adventurers. It's our job to help people out with commissions and get to the...
Sounds like we're going to get along. So, what's your business in Snezhnegrad?
I want to meet the Tsaritsa. It's complicated. I've had run-ins with many of the Harbingers along the way, and I really need to know what her ultimate goal, what the Gnosis mean in all of this.
Wait, so... No way.
Sounds like you've heard of us then. We're getting more fame.
I didn't realize I was in the company of John. Honestly, we're all as curious as you are about what the Tsaritsa's planning, and why it has to involve us, but getting in the same room as her won't be easy. The common folk aren't permitted to meet her at the best of times, and right now, she's probably not even in Snezhnegrad. Word is, she's heading east on a campaign to slay a Yeah, so you've heard of it. A wild, unpredictable monster with the power to summon snowstorms. It also absorbs everything around it into its body, so it's growing constantly. Now it's so... Luckily, as it grew, it became increasingly less mobile. So it doesn't... I'm sure that Tsaritsa and her personal... any trouble defeating the creature between... Suffice to say, you won't be seeing her anytime soon. You'll have to wait until she... Fair. Well, the Fatui will be taking over management of... Once it's open, we can see about getting your train towed to the...
Whoa! That's...
The Fatui aren't exactly spotless in this whole mess. Plus, we helped them out. Should be easy enough to negotiate. As far as I know, all the paperwork is dealt with upon manufacture. I've never seen... Having a train makes everything much easier. We'll reach Snezhna... I know a good doctor in the city.
Oh, thanks so much.
Drive carefully, all right? You don't want to end up in this situation again. Also, I don't think I've seen a Not a fan of small talk, are you? All the track switching is automated. So, as long as the train's... We'll leave you to examine the train's conditions yourselves. Fingers crossed nothing's broken.
Shouldn't be a problem.
All right then. Have a safe journey. And make sure to check everything's working before you...
Our destination settings have been applied. Let's give this thing a final once-over and then...
Affirmative. Running vehicle
What's this?
Engine, green. Wheels, green. Frame, minor damage. Diagnostics complete.
Neat! Huh. Paimon still can't get over...
I've lived in Snezhnaya my whole life, and I've never heard of an interactive...
Strictly speaking, I wasn't designed purely to drive trains. Though I doubt you have any... All configurations are complete. Should you require any for...
Away! Oh, nope. Paimon's gonna... Huh? What's going on?
Oh no.
What is this place? Traveler, are you okay? Paimon's still airborne.
Just our luck. Of all the things that could have gone wrong.
Halosha, here's Snezhnaya.
It's called the Shadow Realm. A place where no wind blows, no light shines, and no elemental energy flows. Even time it's... I've only seen it a few times before, and this is my first time inside. It's and the few who do make it back, they're...
Huh? Then... Oh, maybe Goggles knows something. Goggles? Great!
Hold it together. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I heard a story once about... Come on. Let...
Look at these Fatui. It's like
Their shadows have been devoured. They're no longer amongst the living.
Let's hammer this out.
I can't channel elemental energy here, but I have a few gadgets that still work.
You got nerve.
Wait, what's that blue thing? Is that goggles?
Guess we'd better find a way over.
I'll take point.
Hello. I am glad to see the
For now, at least.
Correct. We are now inside what is known as the Shadow Realm, the darkest space in the shell. Time and space hold no meaning here. It intersects with the world of the Light Realm only rarely. Like an air bubble that rises. We must leave this place before it sinks back down into...
Sounds like you have a plan.
Yes. In fact, the very purpose of my... It appears that key data is currently inaccessible. I have marked the exit to the Shadow Realm for your convenience. In addition, I have prepared some equipment to aid you as you traverse. It may well be one of my core functions. Activation code? We once peered into the past from...
Yo, new drip just dropped and a gun. Welcome to Russia.
Whoa!
Now go. Arm yourselves with weapons of the spirit. Bring down...
Is this a gun?
In the Shadow Realm, where humans cannot channel the elements, there once was one... Let's go. Almost time. When you encounter small obstacles, you can simply clamber over them. You can slide to navigate through low, narrow tunnels. Obstruction ahead. You may be able to use the... Since elemental energy is unavailable in the Shadow Realm, ammunition is an important resource. You can replenish your ammunition at various supply points. For long-range targets, try using the scope to... Many hostile units approaching. I suggest a new strategy. Take cover.
Where's the...
More enemies detected. Try attacking with the newly unlocked Assault function.
Mind the rhythm.
Back in business. State number 2.
Gotta recharge.
Aim at the freeze mark and pull the trigger to move using the rope.
State number 2. Mind the rhythm. Mind the rhythm. Reload.
Can't take much more.
Some supply points can restore a small amount of stamina. Press on. You should be able to use the prime ice construct left here to cover long distances. I recommend using this grap if you detach the
Okay.
Light him up!
Nice.
Over.
sprint at the prime ice launcher to reach high places with ease. Usable munitions detected. Frag crystal.
Back in business. Change of tactics. Gotta recharge!
Can't take much more.
Over.
Demolition time! Fences have been reached!
Shift your center of gravity and slide down. State number 2.
How much longer is this gonna take?
The exit is right ahead. We are very close now. However,
It's like they're trying to keep us trapped here. That platform and the carriages are swarming with undead Fatui. Guess we gotta storm through. Need a refill! Nice.
Быстро они гранатометом дали.
find switching to assault mode makes your attacks more effective.
Back in business.
Looks like the Shadow Realm is about to sink back down into the depths.
The exit is right here.
You mean this weird bubble thing? Wait, how exactly do we...
No time to think. We just gotta go for it. Looks like I was right. I can't believe the Shadow Realm manifested right on the railroad tracks. It's almost unheard of. Lucky we made it out. All thanks to you and that awesome gun.
Ah, so you have heard of the Golden City before?
Yeah, it came up a whole bunch in Nakrai. You're a pretty neat...
Make no mistake, it was a team effort. For a first-time firearm user, your performance was, as Alosha said, it is highly unusual for the Shadow Realm to manifest in a place like...
Oh, let's hope not. If anything else goes wrong with...
The Shadow Realm can appear anywhere, not just on the railroad. Now, if you wish to further calibrate and upgrade, please take a moment to catch your breath while I repair the body of the train.
Oh, thanks, Goggles. You're a trusty train conductor. Well, maybe
Yes, of course. And just like the Eye of Grey, I am...
Let's get some fresh air while the Eye of Grey fixes the train.
Yeah, sure. Paimon wants... It's so quiet here for a train station. Huh? So much for repair? You've our train out for a whole new model!
My plan was to restore the train to its original appearance per my records as quickly as possible. Now that the repairs are complete, the train offers optimized performance and a significantly improved trendiness level.
Huh. Didn't know trendiness was a parameter.
According to my calculations, parameterization is the most effective way for the Eye of Grey to understand trendiness.
Hyperborea, huh? I'm sure I've heard of that in a story somewhere. What an incredible little gadget you are.
Даже бар есть.
They really had to build the railroad over a canyon, huh?
You might want to avoid looking down if you're afraid of heights.
No, it's not that. Paimon's just praying that we don't have yet another accident. That mountain is breathtaking. Reminds Paimon of Dragonspine.
They say this mountain's the domain of a Snegovic lord. A lot of the Snegovic retreated there to live in seclusion, so it's a pretty mysterious place. You hear all kinds of stories.
Переводить снеговиков и не
Even the
просто
residents of the nearby town of Svietlo-Lidovka steer clear of the summit, and they make a living off of harvesting prime ice. Look, Snezhnograd's just up ahead. Here we are. Welcome to Snezhnograd train station.
Wow! It's so majestic! Just flying.
It's built for maximum efficiency. But yes, transferring train... In the future, you can use this train station to travel anywhere you want in Snezhnaya. This way. There's a lift car that goes straight to Sapoliarny.
Look! goblins are about the same height as Paimon, but it looks like they can't fly.
Полноценные
Those
зверолюды.
would be Volkudlak and Domovoy. You'll also see the winged Vila and the snowborn Snegovic amongst others.
No wonder. We'd heard that Snezhnaya used to be the realm of the Fae. Paimon can really see it now.
We should keep moving, but watch your...
To the left is the market of Zolny. They sell everything there. You can often find some nifty little trinkets. To the right, you'll see the Korolyevsky Theater in the distance.
Look at that! Incredible!
Море, песок. Куполов.
Wow! Snezhnegrad is stunning! Seeing it with our own eyes makes all the trouble we went through to get here worth it!
I found it pretty stunning when I first came here too. But I soon found out that stunningly beautiful means stunningly expensive. The prices here are crazy. I'm just a small-time hunter, so Zolny is where I spend most of my time. This way will take us to Podvorier restaurant. They offer food and lodging there, so you can get settled in while I fetch the doctor.
Is that gonna be stunning?
Yeah, I mean, there are places to stay in Zolny, but I highly doubt they'd meet your standards. Most of the stoves are out of crystal, the windows are drafty, and at night, four-legged roommates come out to play.
Yep, no way! Not a chance Paimon's staying anywhere like that! Maybe we can split the... Fine then. It's your treat. Don't worry. You'll get some...
I'm glad to see you've perked up. If you find yourselves in the mood for some sightseeing later, there's a few places. This way leads to Zapoliarny Palace, which serves as the Tsaritsa's audience chamber, and the adjacent block is kind of a city in its own right. That's Glupov, the headquarters of the Fatui. Inside, there's a munitions factory known as the Armory Palace, producing a constant supply of all kinds of equipment for the Fatui. And over there is the Snezhnegrad Vecha, where all the big shots meet regularly to make policy decisions. These places are best admired from a distance.
Yeah, they probably have super strict security. We're not looking for trouble right now.
The downtown area is near the center of Zapoliarny. That's where you'll find the restaurants. Another place of interest is the Northland Bank, which is over this way. Oh, and I'm sure you'll want to make contact with the Adventurers Guild at some point.
Ooh, speaking of adventuring...
No one practices alchemy at Snezhnegrad.
Oh. We'll just have to use the one on the train then. Kinda inconvenient. Wait.
Yeah, I don't know. Not my area of expertise. Anyway... Finally, there's Zolny in that direction. It's mostly residential buildings and factories, but there's a few shops too. That's about it. You guys...
Sounds good. Thanks for all the recommendations.
Podvorier restaurant is right this way.
А чё оно не озвучено?
You all missed the good
Looks like you get what you pay for, huh? Paimon likes this room a lot. Yeah, much better now that we're out of the cold. If this were anywhere else, we'd be out investigating and adventuring by now. But instead, you're right. No need to push ourselves too. A lot happened on our way into the city. Let's review what we've learned so far and try to... Obviously, the million more question is, what is this? Sure was. And so far, we've learned that in addition... But we won't get to see her anytime soon. Aloysius, it must be a pretty powerful one if it can blanket the whole of Snezhnaya in a snowstorm. To be honest, what we're really lacking right now is information. The kind of information that old Paimon can't think of a few people who might be able to help us. Right. And when we left Nagrai, Sandrone specifically left a message, so... It's unlikely they'd tell us anything confidential about this. Yeah, fair point. Besides, there's gotta be someone there willing to talk to us, right? Maybe Arlecchino, but... It's unlikely we could sweet-talk Arlecchino. Let alone Sandrone. Yeah, the last time was all the way back in Fontaine, right?
Hello. Is there a traveler in Paimon in...
That's Aloysia!
Hello, I'm Dr. Luneva.
Да, привет, Сайн. Да, не знаю, он что-то не работает. Как твои дела?
I see. So you're my patient today, yes? And you're Faye, I presume?
Good question. Paimon's not too sure either, but she's definitely not the same kind of Faye as the ones we saw at the train station. Is that gonna be an issue?
Not exactly. It's just, I'm used to treating human patients. Fae tend to be far more resilient than even the healthiest and most long-lived of humans. But don't worry, I do have some experience treating Fae. I've even diagnosed plenty of cats and dogs in my time.
It'll be fine. Paimon's basic, right? We're no different when it comes down to it, are we? More like you don't eat enough. The more talking you do, the more you
Ну
need
да,
to eat.
меня не слышно, что ли? Сказал, что он не работал. Обновил, заработал.
Now, please take a seat. Okay, vital signs are good. Test results are all within normal ranges. I can give you some medicine to tide you over. But as long as you rest if you find yourself with a persistent low-grade fever, or if your symptoms don't improve, just contact me.
Бывает. Ну, Снежная наконец-то вышла в Геншине. Пока выглядит просто охрененно.
You're very welcome.
Геймплей с оружием тоже просто бомба.
I'll leave you in peace now. Time to visit my next patients.
Take care. You heard the doctor. Best you rest up here for a couple days. No.
All right then. Guess we've got no choice.
I have to get back to it. If you need anything else from the doctor or me, go to the Hunter Trade Station in Zolny. Hey, no big deal. You saved my life in the Shadow Realm.
Не, они его неплохо сделали. То есть это Fortnite, но более-менее нормально сделано.
Time to find child and see what he can tell me.
Ебать, мы реально с Чайлдом 100 лет не видим. Ну и да, ты посмотри на эту красоту. Угу. Прикинь, и да, там народ на полном серьезе срался по поводу того, что Снежная это Украина или Польша. Просто на заметку, логотип Снежной, его в игре, наверное, сейчас сложно найти. Сейчас где попытаюсь найти. Не могу. Короче, логотип Снежной это купола. Я, конечно, понимаю, что в Украине тоже есть купола, Ну, купола это знак России. Буквально это. И да, они очень хорошо передали эту средневековую Россию. То есть это вот город, а деревенька, сейчас быстренько телепортируюсь, просто зацени эту деревеньку. Просто буквально охрененные избы старорусские. Они прям молодцы. И да, у нас появился геймплейные элементы из Death Stranding. Люди теперь могут оставлять всякую хрень. Появились новые NPC. У нас теперь фуры есть. И домовые. Не-не, это именно уже московская Россия, не киевская.
Hold on. Please display your invitation letter or permit. Glupov does not accept meeting requests without a prior appointment. You'll have to apply per the avatar. Might I ask who you're hoping to visit? Another one who thinks the rules don't apply to them. But I have to go through the motions. Wait a moment. I'll pass on your message. If child is unavailable.
Ну и оно скорее ближе ко временам Ивана Грозного, мне кажется, они взяли.
If I were you, I'd cut your losses. No point in waiting any longer. Even if you two are old friends as you claim, please understand that the Fatui Harbor. Next time, stick to the rules. Greetings, Lady Marionette.
I'll take care of our guest here. It's his first time. I trust no choice words have been exchanged.
No, Lady Marionette. No incidents to report. Whew. That was a close call. Good thing I played it cool.
Is that right? Good to know. Under the weather? I take it she's still adapting to the climate. Happens to a lot of people.
Да, оно весит много, но здесь очень много контента. Они, я смотрю, и переделали систему побочных квестов.
Why else? I was just about to sit down for some much-needed tea time when I heard that an old friend of Tartagli, and as obnoxious as it may be to show up uninvited at Glupov, I couldn't help but... Well, I felt our time working together in Nodcry warranted some courtesy. I couldn't exactly let you freeze to death out here in the wind.
Ну да, где-то так.
Unfortunately, I can't invite you inside either. The rules of Glupov wouldn't allow it, and as a harbinger, I have to lead by example.
И при этом как раз перед еще этим. То есть это начало промышленной революции. То есть когда Русь перешла в империю.
Because I already wasted one perfectly good cup of tea today. That's why.
Потому что, как видишь, у нас много промышленных элементов уже здесь наблюдается. Поезда и так далее. Тот, который закрылся на днях. Это ты вовремя. А что завтра? СПТ Тарков попробуешь? Ваня. Его зовут Ваня. Да. XQC попытался купить этот мод, чтобы продолжить разработку, но они ему отказали.
For the both of us. No objections, I assume. I'm sure you trust my taste. Okay, let's get down to business. I'm guessing you don't actually have any urgent business with Tartaglia per se. You just want information. Wanna take a guess?
Ну, посмотрим, что будет.
You shouldn't underestimate Counselor Tartaglia, you know. That's right. I'm sure you've heard of the Snezhnograd Vetcha by now. Well, they'll be discussing yet another extension to Project Stuzia. Yeah, he's more of the shoot first, ask questions later sort, isn't he? It all started with a very detailed letter that Capitano left for the jester, Piero. In that letter, he detailed the future arrangements for his subordinates. All of his key people were reassigned. I guess he'd already prepared to leave us for good all the way back then. But Piero didn't that was his reaction too. Why me? With the he'd always assumed Capitano looked down on him. He was a man who kept his thoughts to himself and barely spoke to him the whole time. But he occasionally brought Tartaglia along to my tea
Хороший
parties
кадр
back in the
длинный.
day.
Очень важный для
So to the rest
сюжета.
of us, it was clear that Capitano had quite a lot of respect for his young comrade. By the rest of us, I mean my tea party regulars. Arlecchino, Rosaline, and... actually, not Columbina. She was probably oblivious to it.
Okay.
Anyway, then the Liues situation happened. Normally, it took a lot to get under Capitano's skin, but that time he was furious. Basically, Tartaglia probably had the wrong idea about Capitano believed that despite Tartaglia's immaturity, he showed great potential. Plus, he possessed a kind of purity rarely seen among... Yeah, it's one of the few things that I'd agree those two have in common. But there's one other reason why Capitano chose Tartaglia to assume command of his troops. He knew that after he was gone, several of the others would swoop in on his army like vultures. With the ones who stood to benefit the most being the Rooster, Pulcinella, and Regrator, Pantalone. Once they divided Capitano's troops between them, they'd be more powerful than... So, you can see why Capitano chose to hand that letter to Piero, right? Exactly. Piero also needed to back a harbinger as soon as possible.
Да они, блин,
all
просто из
things
всех щелей
considered,
влазят, а.
Tartaglia was the best choice. Even though Tartaglia has had the support of Northland Bank for a long time, he and I'd say Capitano made a good judgment call. Anyone else caught in this situation would probably feel like they'd been hung out to dry. His best course of action will be to distance himself from any shady business, while still maintaining friendly relations with Pantalone, but seeking what's the point in having a tea party if you don't... Besides, none of this is confidential anyway. Ask any journalist out there. You'll see it firsthand if you ever sit in on a session of the Snezhnograd Vetcha. Having a voice in the Vetcha is the only way to steer policies in your favor. So, every person in that room represents a particular interest group. Pantalone, for instance, represents the financial sector, and Tartaglia represents the Fatui soldiers. Personally, I have no interest in political jousting, but since I have a number of engineers... Then there's Pulcinella, the linchpin of the Vetcha. He represents politics itself. Everything involves him, so nothing can bypass him. Any issue that comes up, he knows how to mediate. That's what the Tsaritsa...
I'm starting to see why everyone is so frustrated with the way things are. A complex web of interests connects all parties involved. And the Tsaritsa sitting at the top at...
All right, I'm done carrying this You must have known that you can get the info you needed from me. So why was Tartaglia the first person you asked to see and not me? Huh? Jealous? As if. Wait. Oh, I think I know what it is. I only meant you should be mindful of which side you're on. Is that actually why you didn't ask for me? Because you took that to heart?
Ну, это основной квест идет, поэтому, да, он довольно много уже болтал. У него и озвучка во время использования оружия, он орет: «Перезаряжаюсь! Пополняюсь! Граната!» Ну, не на русском, конечно, но идею ты понял. Хотя было бы забавно, если бы они ему пару этих русских фраз вставили.
You. Fair enough. It's not your fault. I blame all these politicians I've been hanging around with lately. Always beating about the bush when they talk. Anyway, just ask for my help next time.
Lady Marionette.
What now? Can't you see I'm on my break?
Sorry to disturb you during your break, ma'am, but I'm afraid it's an emergency.
Isn't it always? I've told you before. Fixing the tracks and transporting ice.
The equipment in Svietlo-Lidovka is in urgent need of maintenance. With how the weather's been recently, the supports on one of the machines broke and fell, awakening a dormant beast and leaving many of the ice miners trapped in a nearby ice cave. Luckily, Odette's team was nearby and launched a rescue operation, but we're still facing a severe
I guess that's it then. Our tea party will have to end here. Do you actually want to come with, or are you just saying that? Nice of you to return the favor. I'll have a couple of people.
Ой, да, как они произносят русские названия, это просто... Помнишь Джаходу? Ну так у нас появился Альёша.
And honestly, I'd rather have your help than anyone else's. Between your skills and experience, then let's go. You take two people to
А, да, еще снеговьеки. Я не знаю, зачем они снеговики не просто говорят snowman, но да, они говорят снеговьеки. Или как-то так. То есть да. Классика. Хрена женщина. Мертвецкой красоты. Ну, сюда телепортироваться. Да, ну. Собственно, вот вход. А, нет, это в тир. Там уже выдали гранатомет.
Change of tactics. Mind the rhythm.
Угу. А гранаты, соответственно, да? Пополнение припасов вот такой херней. Ну и да, он это... Откаты из Фортнайта. Прыгать может. Есть система укрытий. Как мне показать здесь? Нету. Но система укрытий есть. То есть он вас автоматически это... я даже не знаю, как это объяснить, но, в общем, в игре есть новый вид бездны, куда ты спускаешься, и там это... Ты не можешь использовать свои обычные способности, для этого ты используешь оружие. Оружие можно модифицировать. Но модификации такие типа... То есть тебе надо их искать и улучшать. Не то, что ты можешь это прям так в Таркове. А именно улучшение. Так иди обновляй, что ты ждешь? И да, здравствуй. Такая.
weren't exaggerating. This is really dangerous. It's a good thing only one of them broke.
Серьезно, а мне он,
From
ну,
what I've been told, most of the trapped miners are over in that direction. Yeah, you do that while I check the rest of the equipment. I'll evacuate the people around here as I go. Meet me back here as soon as you're done.
обычный. Я случайно побочный квест запустил. И да, кнопки скипа все еще нету.
I have to be getting close.
Don't go any further.
Здрасте.
It's too dangerous here. There's
А
a
где-то
highly
немного
aggressive
раздето.
monster on the prowl. You need to leave now. Ah, I see. You're the backup from Snezhnograd. Well,
Я буду ждать
Good to meet you.
царицу
So this is
и
Odette.
эту
She was the first
служанку,
member
я
of
не
the
помню,
Vtuber on the scene.
как ее зовут.
There are 5 people trapped in the
Дарья,
cave.
Дурия.
Monster type is unknown, and so is its location. Let's go. Every second counts.
И остальные мне не понравились.
Careful. Something's moving.
Скоро начинает. Но Арлекина у меня уже есть. Это у меня нет
This
смысла.
must be the monster's shadow. Looks like a tough opponent.
А почему у меня электро, если я...
Shadow me. Waltz of the snowflakes.
Если я резонировал с этим? А мне не нужна ни С1, ни Сигма. Певцова.
Together. Try hard, crystalline adagio.
Удачи тебе.
I see them. They're right behind the monster. The monster seems very agitated. It could attack at any moment. Let's make the first move.
Ну да.
Shadow me.
Take this! Thunderclap!
Pirouette.
Thank you for saving us. We'd have been monster fodder otherwise.
Thank you. thank you.
You're welcome. You should be safe now. Follow this route out. He and I will stay behind to watch the rear.
Thank you. Come on, let's go. This way.
Да. Кстати, насчет этого, насчет новых реакций не знаю. Мне интересно пока что только сюжет. Остальное пока не изучал.
The monster made a tactical retreat. Yeah, but with us here, it won't be coming back anytime. It may be small, but don't be fooled. It's a ferocious beast. People are just food in its eyes. It's lucky we got here when we did. The trapped miners have been successfully evacuated. Time for us to leave.
Wait, this place. There's...
О, сиджайчики. А, точно, Итер уже дали супер крутой меч. Вот он. Короче, Итер теперь эпичный персонаж. Ну, этот. Не только Итер, но Лимин тоже. Новый меч увеличивает шанс... Нет, не шанс, а критический урон на 12 за каждые активированные элементы. То есть, если ты прошел всю игру, и у тебя активированы все элементы, то есть гео, что там, электро и так далее, у этого меча чуть ли не 60-70 дополнительного критического урона. Сейчас почитаю внимательнее. Я просто не помню 12 и что конкретно он дает. Давай почитаем. 16. Период путешествия. Поражая противника, повышает свою силу. Силу атаки. На 16% на 8 секунд и восстанавливает себе 3 единицы энергии. Эффект может возникнуть один раз. Даже когда для меча... Нет, погоди, это не тот. Что значит не тот? Или они его поменяли? Окей, его надо улучшить. Ну, это было по сливам. Они могли исправить. Ты знаешь, как сливы работают, да? Правильно.
Everyone's accounted for. We managed to rescue them all. We also placed a sign at the entrance to the cave, warning people to stay away. You really held your own today. I still don't know your name. Don't think... Alright then. See you around. Hello, Lady Marionette.
I hear the rescue operation was a great success. I knew I could count on you. What brings you here, Odette?
No, a Fatui mission. I happened to be nearby and heard the crash.
She hasn't introduced herself then. Odette is the prima ballerina of Snezhnograd. She's quite the celebrity.
Ну да, как же российский регион без
If you ever hear people mention the two
балерины?
crowning jewels of the Korolievsky troupe, they're talking about Odette and the prima donna, Vodianitsa. On top of that, Odette's also a rising Fatui star. It's looking likely she'll inherit the title of the Fair Lady. She learned all her combat skills from Rosaline herself. Used to be one of her most valued
Да, ты
subordinates.
услышал это, да.
You flatter me, Lady Marionette.
If she's Rosaline's protege, that makes me... Never mind.
How's progress on your end, Lady Marionette?
Equally successful. I finished reinforcing all the equipment. Took me a little longer without Polonia's help. Even if the heavy snowfall summoned by that monster lasts for another... Alright, now that we're done here, it's time to get out of this blizzard. Sure, but Snezhnograd will send someone to investigate and draw up a relief plan. And I guess I'll have to write the incident report myself this time, since it involves a mechanical malfunction. First, Pantalone needs to approve the budget, then Pulcinella has to sign off on the plan.
Внезапный
Once
поезд
they've
был.
argued it out, that's the rough process anyway. Could take anywhere from a couple of weeks to a couple of months. Yup, nothing we can do about it. There's a whole stack of incident reports like this back at the office.
The snow has eased a little for now, but there's no fuel for heating is in short supply, and relief is weeks away. There's no immediate threat to life, but still, it just feels like there should...
Hey, quit daydreaming. Let's get back to Snezhnograd.
Нежноград.
When did you get a new sword?
I found it in a cave. It handles pretty nicely.
You have a strange affinity for secondhand.
Кокошники. Ну, мне-то как всегда хрен. Где Итер-то?
Work hard and live each day to the fullest.
Ну, хорошо. Окей. А кого прокачивать? Написали к статуе подойти в итоге. А плохого все то же самое. Денег нет, зрителей нету, но бичес. О, наконец-то. Я думал, не увидим его.
Well, if it isn't Counselor Tartaglia, Mr. Big Shot himself.
Go easy on me, all right? I'm still recovering from the interrogation the real big shots put me through. Hey, comrade, it's been too long. I heard you came looking for me earlier. Nicest surprise I've had in a while. Good to see you too, Odette. I'm guessing you guys just got back from Sviatlo-Laidovka. How'd it go? Crisis averted?
Господи, он, по-моему, он это произнес хуже всех.
How about you? Any new developments?
Not really. Same as ever. Growing opposition to Project Stuzia, and the usual rebuttals are starting to ring hollow. The results of the mock vote were pretty dire. Pulcinella was fuming. I've never seen the old man so angry.
That's not good news. It takes a lot to rattle him.
Yeah, obviously if push comes to shove, there are ways to crack down on dissent. But...
Sorry, I have to ask something. This is going to sound blunt, but may I?
Huh? Of course, fire away.
It sounds to me like everyone's tearing their hair out trying to figure out how to deal with opposition to Project Stuja. But what exactly is this project's purpose? And how can it be so important that even people like you two refuse to stand up for the ordinary people of Snezhnaya?
Ну да.
Interesting. I gotta hand it to you, comrade. You
Не
sure
говори,
don't
всех
mince your
подружили.
words.
Почти всех.
Excuse him? What does he mean, refuse to stand up for ordinary people?
Oh my gosh. How does he dare speak to the Harbingers like that?
Are you interrogating us now?
It's okay, Sandrone. Let me explain. I think I understand where he's coming from. If I could, I'd take your side right now. In fact, my position's very similar to yours. I've only held back on casting a dissenting vote in the Vetcha because the Tsaritsa would never let me get away with it. Still, I have a responsibility to the Fatui armed forces, so I do what I can to make their voices heard. Most of them are just regular folks from small towns far from the capital. I'm sure you've seen how much those kinds of places are struggling right now. Oh, and for what it's worth, I'm from Marepasak myself. Things aren't going so swell there either.
Прости, как он произнес море песок? Я даже не уверен, что он сказал море песок. Скорее всего, не стали заморачиваться.
The Tsaritsa wants to create a better, safer future for the people of Snezhnaya, but she's thinking long-term. I don't doubt that from where you're standing, Project Stuja seems to be creating all, but considering the Tsaritsa's vision for the future, these are sacrifices worth making. Sounds cold. Maybe Sandrone and I can't oppose Project Stuja outright. And even though we can't put an end to it, there are plenty of other ways to make a difference. We're trying everything.
Так в чем сам смысл-то проекта Стужа? Так и не ответили мне.
But at the end of the day, I'm still just a normal guy who cares deeply about my homeland. There's no way I would ever.
As contentious as things can get within the Vetcha, there's no selfishness or malice behind it. Everyone wants to get through this period as smoothly as possible. The issue is that there's no way of pleasing everyone under the present circumstances. Most of the time, we're trying to decide on the lesser of two evils, which obviously isn't a great look. But that is not the same thing as being blindly loyal to the Tsaritsa. No one's got their head in the sand here. We're all—
In fairness to Sandrone, she rushed to Svietlo like, and even Tartaglia, who used to only care about the thrill of the fight, is clearly doing his best to rise to the demands of his new role as
Hey, come on. There's only so much we can say, so don't press us too hard. Look, I know how untenable the Tsaritsa's position looks, if you maybe you've heard already. But she's currently leading her army on a campaign to the east to defeat the monster that's been caused. Striking that monster down will be a significant step in dealing with the present energy crisis. As laser-focused as she is on realizing her lifelong ambitions, she's still putting time and energy into taking down this powerful monster. To me, that says a lot. If she thought Snezhnaya and its people didn't matter in the grand scheme of things, why would she waste her time on something— Thanks. I meant every word I said, though. I wasn't just trying to placate you. I've already done more than enough diplomacy for one day.
I still think this adventurer raises a very Our two Harbingers have made their positions very clear. But there are many others in the Vetcha who must feel trapped and forced to vote. I think it's a very valuable quality to be willing to speak one's mind, despite the risk of offending powerful—
You can say that again. I highly doubt—
Forgive me, adventurer. But might I be so bold?
Oh, haven't you been properly introduced?
Easier said than done. I like to think I'm not the kind of person who goes around busting—
I've only learned his name so far. And no—
Uh-oh. Is there no avoiding the subject of Rosaline?
No, it's just— All right. This is the world-renowned traveler who helped resolve the storm terror threat in Mondstadt. Cleaned up— There was a duel before the threat—
Oh.
I'm sorry. I didn't think you two would be seeing much of each other, so I figured it wasn't worth.
It's fine. It was a long time ago. Sorry. I just remembered that we have a rehearsal coming up.
Технически не я ее убила рейдом. Поэтому немного не
I've
понимаю,
mentioned this
в
to
чем
you before,
проблема.
remember? She was Rosaline's most valued subordinate. But not that Rosaline was really the type of person to make friends, but death has a way of resolving a lot of conflicts.
Don't let it weigh on you. Like she said, it was a long... Odette has a very different personality from Rosaline. Give her some time. I'm sure she'll work through it. Oh, by the way, where's Pime?
She hasn't been feeling well, so she's resting up.
Oh, right. Sorry to hear that. Poor thing. I felt so bad for her seeing her lying in bed, coughing. She was so mature for her age, though. Whenever someone came to visit her, she'd greet them with a smile and would never complain. I'm sure Paimon's a good kid, too. You're a little short on manpower, right? Let me have a couple of my people take over for yours. I'll send my most capable...
Well, that would be great. Your people...
Hey, don't mention it. I'm sure you have things to do. Hopefully this... So no more accusing me of not being on your side, all right?
Already? That was quick.
I'm afraid I can't help you there. Our director's recent movements are confident. If you hadn't told me, I never would have known he'd gone south. I assumed he'd been in Glupov this whole time. Well, I guess I'd better go sort out Paimon's security situation. I have...
Me too. I have an incident report to write up. Let's leave it there for now.
I guess everyone's in a difficult position. But Tartaglia's... To start with, I should ask Alosha if he knows... How strange. This sword seems to be vibrating of its own accord.
Вибрирует сам по себе.
It's a very faint vibration, but it's getting stronger as I get closer to the statue of the Seven. Does this sword have some connection to the statue? But all it does, that place I got this sword from was definitely out of the ordinary. Marked. There really is some...
Вот. 6%. Критический урон на 6%. Не 12.
I don't really understand what just happened, but I'm pretty sure this sword... I'll have to try the same thing again when I come across another...
I want to see the Seven Princes save the Domovoy princess.
We should keep moving, but watch your step in the snow.
Hello there. How can I help? Ah, sure thing. Give me a second.
It's a familiar story. I've had similar experiences. Although Snezhnagrat, it's a fundamental contradiction. If emergency relief can't... Not necessarily. I think there's a good chance that Kresnik Kristall from when we resolve Stratomoros's energy issue, it's like we open the floodgates. A huge backlog of Kristall is now available to the townspeople. There's no way a lot of them will probably stockpile it and slowly work their way through. Probably a good idea. Exactly. At the current prices, selling Kristall is an easy way for an ordinary person to make a fortune. Hey boss, how much do I have left in my account?
1 second, let me check. So, you're planning on
Yeah. I don't know if I have enough, so I'll chip in a little extra and buy as much as I can afford. No, it's fine. You're new to Snezhnaya, and you have your own living expenses to worry about. Besides, you're already providing the train.
Here's your Mora. See what you can find at the market. But I doubt there'll be much Kristall left.
Yeah, well, can't hurt to take a look. Let's see. Huh?
Oh, Alosha, and... Hello.
I didn't realize you two knew each other. Yeah, I take on some odd jobs in the city to supplement my hunting income. Sometimes I work as a cleaner or prop hand at the theater where Odette is one of the... When the weather's as bad as this, it's better for a hunter...
Yes, and we sometimes need
Wait, why is the atmosphere so awkward? So, what brings you here, Miss...
No. After I got back to the theater, I couldn't stop thinking about the situation, and so I decided I'd come here and see if there's anything I can do. You too, I presume. I didn't feel comfortable expressing my true opinions in front of the Harbingers. Not least because ordinary Fatui like me don't even know what Project Stuzha is all about. Without knowing the full picture, I can't make sense of it. And at some point, if things aren't making sense to me, I can't just keep going along with it.
So many people feel the same way. They wish they could do something, but all kinds of reservations hold them back. Explains why groups like the Rokot are springing up to fill the gap.
Yes. Well, that's one option. But there are risks to consider with
Right, because things can get out of hand, and it's hard to hold the right people accountable when they do. I've heard about a few...
Sandrone said Odette was on track to inherit the title of the Fair Lady. If so, she'll be able to find out what Still, it's probably a little soon to ask her about...
What's on your mind? I think we can both agree that no matter which side you're on, it can't stop you from doing... I know what Rosaline did while she was abroad. So, what's your plan?
Oh.
Опять же, не я ее убил.
I heard there's some on the market
Почему
right
все
now.
так говорят, как будто я ее убил?
Funny. I had the same idea. In that case, let me pay. I can claim it back as mission expenses. The real issue here is that government relief is behind schedule. Surely it makes more sense for the state to cover these...
True. It's a huge expense after all.
Let me see. I'll take it all, please. Right. Choose mission budget under the expense category, but be sure to specify emergency rescue operation in the description. Otherwise, the normal reimbursement limit will apply. Let's book this train. Regulations say that if we need to transport Kresnik... That should do it. The train will be escorted to its destination.
This is my first time seeing you handle Fatui affairs, Miss Odette.
You flatter me. It's only because I've been doing both my whole life.
Anyway, I bet you've been non-stop today, am I right? Any idea how...
What's wrong? Who's Paimon?
His travel buddy. Hasn't been feeling well.
Sounds like she's important to you. I can't believe you've been dealing with this on top of everything.
I've got nothing going on right now, so I'll join you. I want to...
May I come too? I have some candy that someone gave me back in Svietloladovka. Plus, I know a little bit about relieving cold symptoms.
All right then. I still don't know what the deal is between these two, but...
Hello. Sorry, but there...
What happened?
Oh. Please, excuse me. Are you the Traveler? Ah, it's really you. Sorry, at the same time, we can't interfere with Podvoye Besides myself, a few of my colleagues are stationed in...
I didn't expect such a high...
Well, Master Child handpicked us for this special assignment. Anyway, I won't keep...
Traveler! Alicia, you're back! Oh, hey! Who's our new friend?
Hi, I'm Odette. The Traveler and I crossed paths a few times.
Another friend from the Fatui, huh? You're practically a member yourself, but Paimon's definitely on the mend. We should be... It's just...
I have just the thing.
Whoa! What's this? Is that... a flame inside an ice cube?
All keen observations. You're right. Whenever I've caught a cold in the past, I found I recover much more quickly if I place this.
Awesome! Wow! Your name was Odette.
Looks like she's in pretty good spirits. That's a relief. Any progress with your investigation yet? No surprises there, I'm sure. They're not likely to let anything slip. The Rokad, huh? Members of the Rokad keep their true identities hidden, but... Leave it with me. Meet me at the Korolyevsky Troop tomorrow, and I'll...
Would anyone like a drink? I'm gonna head to the bar.
Paimon will have... enough with the secret chat, you two! Let's catch up properly and it'll be kinda like tabletop troop! No re-
You made it. I've got some tickets, and I managed to set... It'll have to wait until after the show, though. Happy to stay and watch? I doubt you've seen the Coriolis. Pleasure. Here. This is the way in.
Please present yourself for a routine inspection in accordance with theater
Is that guy?
Okay, all done. Thank you for your call.
What's up? Everything okay? Snezhnaya's business and political leaders are always passing through here. Still, it's a little unusual to see the Fatui's Armory Palace guard here. You saw him, right? The guy right at the back. Strong, silent type. His name's Valeri. He's part of the Special Assignments Battalion. But I only ever see him here for one thing. To look for a guy named Mitya. Supposedly a researcher, though he never seems to put much time in at the office. But that's not for us to worry about. What? What do you think? Pretty impressive, huh?
Как мало сидений. Пойду в туалет схожу, сейчас вернусь.
The one in Fontaine? I hear it's iconic. Never seen it for myself. Here we are, just in time. Sorry, coming through.
If you're gonna show up late...
What's his problem?
Look, there she is. That's who I'm introducing you to later. She's the lead singer of the troupe, Vodyanitsa.
Видите, она на русском поет.
This leads directly to the green room. They're expecting us. Vodyanitsa will be waiting for us there. Hey there, excuse me.
Can you believe it? I'm so mad right now.
Oh, it's you two.
Huh? You know each other? Oh, wait. Is this who you were telling me about?
О, какие
The one
анимации.
you met yesterday and couldn't stop thinking about?
I never said that.
Yes, you did. Why are you denying it? It was right before I went on that rant about the moody factory owner.
Might I ask what brings you two here?
Oh, I just brought him here to see the show. And when it finished, he was full of so I thought I'd try my luck. See if we could get the chance to chat for a bit.
You work here. You of all people ought to know that's a...
Oh, what's the big deal? Come on, don't be shy. I can give you an
Ну, у
autograph.
нее
You can take a picture
анимации.
too if you want.
Do as you please. I finished all my shows for the day. I'll leave you to chat.
I wasn't making that stuff up, you know. Odette's just too proud. She thinks very highly of you. And so do I. You did the...
We're good. Odette's out of earshot. I'll lock the door. Confidentiality, of course. The Rokot is very strict on that.
Whoa, Alosha! Not out loud! Not with an outsider.
Relax, I've taken care of it.
The president's reply sent this morning. Wait, so...
You told me last night that you wanted to get intel from the Rokot. Unfortunately, Rokot intel is only... But ever since you set foot in Snezhnaya, we've been working together. Everything about you is perfectly in alignment with what we're trying... I wrote a letter to the president explaining your situation, including just the right amount of detail. Of course, it's still your decision whether you want to join or not.
Well, assuming Odette was telling the truth and she didn't misjudge you, still, you gave me a real fright. I didn't know that's why you came looking for... So, that stuff you said about admiring my performance. Now you're talking.
Anyway, let me give you a quick rundown of how things work. Like I said, members typically don't meet in person or even know each other's identities. This helps us maintain a high level. Because of this, members are basically free to decide their methods without constraints. So long.
After all, we don't have any ostensible contact with each other. This way,
Beyond the freedom to choose how you operate, it's also your choice whether to act at all. We have plenty of members. In short, Joining the Rokot in and of itself won't. There's a code of conduct you can read if it interests you. But basically, as long as you don't plan on using your anonymity.
I tried reading it 5 or 6 times. Never made it all the way through. Even the most lackluster script makes for more interesting reading.
Great. Then I'll go grab an official application.
Well, Alosha has this pet dog, you see. Dagaran took quite a liking to me, so... Then, the Rokot was out on a mission one day. And even though we were all in disguise...
Just a coincidence, really. We didn't report it to the higher-ups, though, to avoid dealing with the like... my job at the theater. By the way, what were you complaining about just before we came in?
Everything did not go okay. That's why I was so mad. I tried to make some small talk with him before I went on stage to fish for intel about the Iskra but he wouldn't take the bait. No matter what, and then he started complaining. He said he didn't appreciate his second-rate seat in the stalls because he what did he expect? Everyone knows that if you want a box seat, you buy a ticket well in advance. I had to juggle things around just to get him a half-decent seat, hoping he would appreciate the gesture enough to...
Yeah, meeting Chuganov in person has definitely been... Oh, you probably don't know who we're talking about, do you? Chuganov was that older guy you were sitting next to today.
To the citizenry, he's a family man and a kind boss. But our interactions with him tell a very different story. It's one thing to ask for a favor, but he acts like it's his right. Take the ticket situation, for instance. I've actually gotten him a private box in the past. But not only was he not even great, not to mention that he's never paid for a single one of his tickets. And another thing, if he's such a big family man, why doesn't he bring his wife and dog?
Calm down, Vodyanitsa. If you won't do it the easy way, we'll have... But first things first. Here's your application form. Go ahead and fill it out.
Looks like I'll need to make... Alright. Now that we're officially Rokot comrades, recently, we've done some recon work at the Iskra manufacturing plant, which all we need now is some direct evidence to present to the Vetcha, so we can demand that they should...
That way, the Kresnik Crystal can be allocated to where it's needed most.
I was hoping he might let slip during one of our chats, but he's too tight-lipped. I'm meeting another regular theater goer tonight, Mitya.
But Valeri's here too, and he's probably looking for Mitya.
Don't you worry. He must know how to dodge Valeri, or he wouldn't be showing up on time for every performance. Mitya is a renowned energy expert. Although we can't get any direct evidence of the excessive energy consumption at the plant, the authorities should take someone like him seriously. So if he starts raising questions about energy use also, we're not allowed on site, but he has clearance. So all we need is his... yeah, so that's the other thing we're trying to figure out. Though I think we're far less likely to... Still, I hear that Mitya is a bit of a chatterbox. So, who knows?
What do you think? Sound like something worth your time?
Okay, in that case, you guys find a seat somewhere nearby. Pretend you're a couple of buddies there to eat, and keep... He's a huge fan, so I doubt he'll have his guard up around me. But you two need to be convincing. If he suspects...
Sure. Don't worry. We'll make a believable pair of buddies.
Perfect! You've sold me already.
Okay.
Everything.
We come here often, so we shouldn't stand out. Let's sit here. Now, it's up to Vodyanica. Let's...
М.
Mr. Metia!
Он влюблен в
sorry.
нее.
I got a little held up on my way here. Now we have even less
Тоже
time
с
than we planned.
анимациями? Молодцы.
Go ahead and order some
Только
snacks
почему
and
они
drinks.
начали только
Whatever you
сейчас?
like. Let me see. According to my schedule, we still have 25 minutes left.
You're really pressed for time today, huh? I was imagining this would be a...
No need. Getting to meet the lead singer is a very precious... I've already had to decline your invitation several times because our schedules rarely align. If I don't grab this chance while it's here, who knows when the next one will come around?
Well, it's very kind of you to make time just for me.
I'm not too sure, to be honest. But Snezhnaya's full of weird and wonderful things like that, so people tend not to bat an eye.
The reason I invited you out for tea and a chat today was to get some feedback from a true fan of the theater.
Well, I genuinely have nothing bad to say. No matter how many times, maybe it's because the more times I listen, the more details I notice. Or...
Thank you! I'm delighted to hear that! Could you...
Oh, yeah. That, the piece you sang today, for example. Hey, what's with you? I'm just praising a good performance. I always used to find that such a bleak and lonely song. But the more you listen, the more you realize that it's not as cold and nihilistic.
Wow, I'm impressed. I didn't expect you to pick up on that. Actually, I only tried out that ankle after Top Still. Beneath the Frozen River wasn't...
Oh, really? But it's a classic.
Almost every time.
Oh. Well then.
I didn't sing that one today either. My voice wasn't quite up to it, so I switched it.
Oh.
Sorry, Mr. Metia, but you were at the theater today, yes?
Of course I was. Remember? I said hello to all the troop members.
So what did Odette sing today?
Elegy of the Snow-Winged Goose.
Correct. You find my singing boring, don't you? That's why you don't remember a single song.
No, that's not it. I swear. All right. I'll be straight with you. I'm sorry. My mind was wandering as you took the stage today. I enjoy watching your shows because the exquisite performances stimulate the mind. It always... So, whenever I get stuck at work, I come to the theater for a change of pace. Odette's dance during the Elegy of the Snow-Winged Goose today was simply incredible. It got me wondering what she's been going through recently. That look of sheer defiance in the face of utter tragedy? It was so inspiring. Not that I made a ton of progress in the grand scheme of things, but I still think it was productive. By the time I snapped out of it, the entire...
So what you're saying is, you didn't listen to my singing at...
Unfortunately not. I'm sorry. I don't know which is more disrespectful. The fact that I don't always come for the show itself, or the fact that...
Seems like things are getting a little awkward.
Nitya just stepped into a conversational minefield. If there's one thing Vodyanica doesn't like... this meeting was so hard to set up.
It's fine. I suppose this is... affirming in its own way. At least, it shows that our performance... Don't let it bother you. It certainly doesn't bother me.
She's showing a lot of restraint.
Well, I'll be sure to let Odette know how much she would.
Please don't say that. I always love your performances too. It's just that inspiration struck at the wrong time today.
I know, I can tell. I'm sure some people can't stand it when others praise their coworkers right to their.
Fair enough. I still feel kind of bad though.
But you know what I really can't stand? People who only show up.
Oh yeah, 100%. There are too many of those people around. By the time they're walking out the door, what's wrong?
I don't know if you've heard about the boss of the Iskra manufacturing plant. He isn't even a theater investor. But he always demands box tickets only, premium drinks, even the right to request specific songs.
Well played, Vodyanitsa. Seems like she's harnessing her rage.
Now that you mention it, I've interacted with that guy before. I gotta say, everyone holds him up as an example of a benevolent businessman, but I don't know.
Yeah, he couldn't care less about what's happening on stage. He's just there to flaunt his social status. I hate that I have. What's the big deal with that factory he runs anyway? I asked around a bit and heard some pretty shocking stories.
Oh, really?
Yep, the things people are saying are pretty damning. Low wages, insanely long working hours, equipment running around the clock. And as if that's not bad enough, he also strictly. Project Stuja has now been extended so many times. We're at the point where crystal rations for the common folk are barely. If the rumors are true, he's.
Interesting. So you.
What? So it.
Who knows? I've only heard the same rumors. The Rooster's been coming down on us hard lately, demanding that we track and trace every single batch of Crystal. My coworkers in the Department of Energy.
The Rooster?
Yeah. Even though there are no restrictions on Crystal trading, the poor will wind up freezing to death if we let the rich buy as much as they want. That's clearly unfair. Looks like we'll need to arrange an investigation into the Iskra manufacturing plant. I never knew you kept up with current affairs beyond the theater, Miss Vodyanitsa. Most Fae in your position have long been indifferent to the plight of humans.
Well, those of us who choose to live in human cities are naturally going to pay attention to any significant upheaval. I'm just surprised to learn that even someone with as much experience as him is getting so stressed.
This is it.
I'm sure Mitya can sense on some level that she's fishing for information.
It's stressing me out too. If I'd only made better progress with.
Oh, so your work.
That's right. The Armory Palace needs a brand new energy source. Not the power of the Light Realm, and not right now, the only thing that meets the requirements is the power contained with. But harnessing that power is costly. Each step of the process requires enormous amounts of Kresnik Crystal. Progress has been painfully slow, and the team is getting burned out as time goes by. Sometimes I see people stare.
Could it be that this?
No, it doesn't affect us because the energy is used for. Okay, I got it. Stop choking me. Sorry, I think we're all just exhausted. We've been.
Seems like I owe you an apology.
Don't worry about it. I count myself lucky, to be honest. I don't envy the people who work closely with the Tsaritsa herd.
So they're trying to develop a completely new kind of energy. Yeah, censored by a scarf. Who would have?
Oh dear, it looks like my time is up. I'm so sorry. We ended up.
That's okay. It was a pleasure to.
Let's make up for it next time. Yeah, hopefully once the work pressure eases up a little, I'll be able to focus more on the performance and. We touched on some confidential issues today. I'd be grateful if you could.
That could have gone worse.
Nice job. Why was Mitya?
Sorry, routine inspection. Okay, let's go.
So he wasn't rushing to get back to work. He must have calculated that Valeri would find him.
One of the main duties of the Special Assignments Battalion is to ensure that important figures stick to their schedules.
All right, time for us to get going too.
We'll settle our check too then.
Oh, hello there. Mr. Mitya paid the check before. He also asked me to pass on a message. He said it was an honor to share his tea.
Wait.
So he knew we were here all along? Maybe his work isn't confidential after all. Maybe the key here... Vodianitsa and Alosha have...
You're back! Here pretty early today. Paimon was just gonna mention that. After she woke up today, Paimon felt like... Still, there's some good news. Paimon, it's like there's... some kind of mysterious pep. She only started feeling this way since we arrived in...
That's right. The Armory Palace needs a brand new...
Could that have something to do...
What is it? You're making that face again. So, they're trying to develop a new energy source here? Well, Media denied that the energy they're researching has any side effects. And even so, those are completely different symptoms from Paimon's. It's pretty faint, so it's kind of hard to tell. But sure, Paimon's with you there. But how, though? The road got... Oh, great point! They argue about Project Stuja every day. If we could... Good idea! Oh yeah, while you were out, Paimon... This one seemed right up your alley. So, Paimon saved some for you.
Alosha replied. He says that we won't be able to speak at the Vetcha, but he can arrange for us to attend as visitors. Time to get ready.
Ad Astra. Thank you for complete. Ad Astra. Ad Astra.
Miss Vodianitsa, prima donna of the Korolievsky troupe. What a surprise meeting you here.
Sorry, I'm not taking interviews today. Oh good, you're here. The session's about—
Please wait, Miss Vodianitsa. Could you introduce me to—
In summary, the energy management commitments made for the outgoing period have been delivered upon. Furthermore, both the production and consumption of Kresnik, the relevant agencies have assessed the present circumstances and determined that the status quo can be sustained until the next period. It should also be noted that while the recent blizzards have led to a significant Her Majesty the Tsaritsa is giving her full attention to a financial report on disaster relief is also present in this report, courtesy of Pantel.
They cover the same old ground every single time. The rooster never— There's a general lack of trust. People aren't seeing any tangible benefits that affect them directly. Of course—
Yeah, if it weren't for these hard copy documents, I could have at least made something up. Oh, don't mind me. I'm just out here trying to hit my interview quotas. Bring out the kvass.
If I remember correctly, you guys don't even have a sales permit. You have to sell from—
Okay then. Best-selling street stall newspaper in town. Still counts.
Order! We will now open the floor to the representatives. If there are no further—
Snezhnaya has a long tradition of treating members of the Fatui armed forces, but recent surveys shows that Fatui families in remote areas have access to 15% less crystal than the average It's been said many times before, but it bears repeating now. There needs to be a clear and consistent rationale.
Perhaps you wouldn't need to keep repeating yourself if you would hear me out for once. I say again, true consistency You appear to treat resource allocation as a simple function of production and population. So what about when the equipment used in production breaks? And do you even know how long it's been since Snezhnaya last conducted?
If I knew the answers to questions like that, I'm sure I'd be a very wealthy man. And I doubt I'd like to bring the focus back to the specific issue I raised. Or do you wish to deny that favorable treatment for Fatui dependents is our long-standing policy?
It's easy to be a critic when there's no accountability.
Ну,
That
кстати, с
seems to be a
открытыми
running
глазами.
theme in the
Интересно.
anti-Project Stuja cohort. Defeat the ringleader and all other problems will magically resolve themselves. That's what they seem to think. But in case you aren't aware, not one jot in my report would change whether Project Stuja continues or not.
So you have no intention whatsoever of finding—
On the contrary, I'm the only one here who ever brings solutions.
Child opened by speaking up for the armed forces. Regraders struck back with style and a war of words ensued.
Неплохо. Objection.
Our reporter was live on the scene to get the audience's reaction as it all unfolded. Who do you support? The people have spoken. Child received raucous applause from the crowd.
Now you see why they don't have a sales permit.
However this reporter wants to spin things, I haven't forgotten that Tartaglia was representing the Northland, so surely their relationship can't—
You two are getting off topic. Let's—
Mr. Pantalone, may I speak on your behalf?
Oh, please do. I'm more than—
Crystal distribution policy undergoes modifications with each new period. The ultimate goal being to find the most reasonable method of allocation, which I believe is what Mr. Tartaglia also seeks. But I fear many may have been misled on this topic by extremist activists. To clarify, Project Stuja is not the root cause of the problem. It is mere— The most recent reports all point to Snezhnaya's resilience and adaptability during this period of fine-tuning. To make drastic adjustments without first considering the risks would likely do more harm than good. It would be a waste of the hard-won experience we've gained to date.
Это все одна большая отсылка на то, что сейчас у нас с бензином происходит.
To clarify the fiscal logic,
clearly alluding to social organizations. With the notorious Lelek still active to this day, should the Rokot be held responsible? No, there is someone else to blame.
She's just rephrasing what Mr. Pantalone said. The Rokot are the critics he accuses of taking no response. As for Lelek, you won't have heard of him yet. He's currently ending Project Stuja has become an obsession for him. Unlike the more decent ones among us, he believes that votes in the Vetcha are all that matter. So whether it's threats, coercion, or bribery, he'll use whatever means necessary to get—
And since we're already on the subject, what do you think of Lelek's methods? Are you for or against? Despite a handful of detractors among the audience, the people over—
At least someone here wants to take this discussion seriously. I've been considering that issue myself. I think it would be easiest to let the Fatui handle it, since they're already in charge of Crystal shipments anyway. Whatever you need, you can ask the Fatui to look into it for you. In terms of supervision, I think the Druzhna would be a good fit. I had hoped to discuss this with Miss Vesna, but sadly, she's not—
I will be happy to take a note of your suggestions and present them to Commander Vesna for a decision upon her return. The Commander has always taken a keen interest in Project Stuja. However, given the Druzhna's demanding workload, I'm afraid it may prove difficult for them to provide—
Let us refrain from jumping to conclusion.
My apologies, Lord Rooster.
There are numerous issues to address here, including manpower, time sensitivity, and reporting lines. Nevertheless, I support drafting a proposal. Follow the usual procedure, and it can be raised as a new—
In that case, I'd like to share one thought before the proposal is drafted. The issue of time sensitivity was raised just now, which I presume relates to the official reports. In fact, the Energy Commission already collects regular statistics on each urban center and its surrounding area.
That's a good idea. I read every issue of Svietloidovka's report, and although my focus is mostly on the section about equipment operation, the energy consumption statistics also—
Be that as it may, does no one see an issue with using local data to determine Crystal quote—
Not if they are used purely for reference. So long as we have the report from the Northland Bank's head—
Very well then. It appears that—
Yeah, sounds good to me.
The members reached a provisional consensus on the issue of improving— Today, the prima donna of the Korailievsky troupe attended a session of the Snezhnograd Vetcha in the—
Write anything like that again, and I'm revoking your permission to interview the troupe.
Now then, if there are no further contributions from the—
Hey, check it out! What made him vote against? Why not?
The votes have been tallied. Those in favor of continuing Project Stuja.
That was too close. The margin has shrunk yet again. Chuganov was a huge loss.
I'll bet Lelek is behind this. I wonder how Pulcinella—
Chuganov. I see.
Yes. Go, Lelek. Once Project Stuja is defeated, our unwavering support at Bring Out the Kvass will finally pay off when we make our comeback. I can—
In accordance with the result of this vote, Project Stuja will remain in a— We debate only for the greater glory and solidarity of our nation. May the session—
I have to say, I really wasn't expecting Chuganov to vote well, in principle, Snezhnaya's business, and as we heard, Project Stuja is basically just a resource distribution. But even if the policy got cancelled, the Tsaritsa's energy needs wouldn't suddenly go down. I got a letter from Mr. Mitya just before today's session. He said he's confirmed that there are issues around overtime and excessive energy consumption at the Iskra manufacturer. In a situation like this, once the Rooster receives the report, he'll order the factory to... But that's a week-long process, and thus didn't make it onto the Vetcha agenda this time. I don't think he suspects anything so far. Exactly. And as you know, he's a very... I was originally gonna try and flip him after he received notice of the official sanctions. My plan was to convince him that the whole thing was rather than just sit back and take the hit while his factory stopped production, he'd be better off voting to end Project Stuzia. At least that way, but now, he's already voted against it. Which means, yeah, no one knows why Lilac is so obsessed with ending Project Stuzia. But by
Lilac must have strong motivations, given how he'll stop at nothing to achieve his goal. Maybe he knows the full truth of Project Stuzia. Maybe my next step should be to focus on him.
Oh, right. What are your plans for the rest of the day?
Hey, comrade. I noticed you were here during the debate.
I didn't take you for a political enthusiast.
Greetings, Harbingers. I just happen to have some free time today, and my new friend...
Ah, Odette must have introduced you.
I'll leave you to catch up. I should head back.
Sure. Break a leg. Thought it might be fun to check out the Vetcha, did you? Things are never that simple with you, Traveler. There's no way you're here for kicks and giggles. Tell me I'm wrong.
Oh, yeah. To some, he's a captivating enigma. To others, no one ever thought that some anonymous nobody from the Rokot could cause such a stir. Huh? You want to look into Lelik? Then I'm
Fine by me, I guess. If the Traveler, in return, it seems fair to let him in on what we've learned so far.
My thoughts exactly. Sharing is caring. Head back to Glupov and grab the files on Lelik. It's easier to just pull the
As you command, child.
In that case, since we're going to be waiting anyway...
One common thread among the many incidents Lelik has been involved in is that the victims are all too scared to share in. His modus operandi is to silently infiltrate the scene and leave a threatening letter behind. But neither the letters nor the so all these files have to offer are short statements by the people affected.
If nothing else, it shows we're dealing with a trained professional who's versed in count-
Yes, and to that point, he often strikes in highly secure locations. The victims are high-ranking and influential people who take their personal security very seriously. Somehow, Lelik slips right into their rooms without making a sound. There's never any eyewitnesses, nor the slightest... If he can get in and out undetected, it means he can strike without warning. Not that that's ever happened so far. It's hard to believe that a human being could pull this off flawlessly every time. So they switched the focus of the investigation to Faye. Unfortunately, no one's found anything. Careful, don't underestimate me. Although truth be told, I'd probably find it hard not to blow my cover.
We haven't ruled out the possibility of Lelik being human. It's just... there can only be a handful of people in all of Teyvat who'd fit the profile. Faye, on the other hand...
No, not as strong as me. You'll never find the culprit with criteria like that. Let's go with... a little weaker than me. Oh, you hit me right where it hurts. I'll admit, he's strong and meticulous. But can we at least limit this?
He's just trying to find a reference point. Stop getting...
But that's the most important thing. In my opinion, anyway.
Odette? Yeah, that's...
Except she's Fatui, so the likelihood of her working against us is pretty low.
No, wait a moment. Maybe we should interrogate...
What do you mean?
Her Fatui identity doesn't necessarily exonerate her. And when you think about it, the...
Plus, she wouldn't need to be such a pro at covering her tracks. She'd already Oh, yikes. I was just thinking out loud. Still, What reason could Odette possibly have for trying to call off Project Stuzia?
Arlecchino would be the best person to ask. Rosaline used to open up to her in private about her struggles with Odette. As I'm sure you can imagine, Arlecchino is quite a lot better with children than Rosaline was. She gave her some tips on how to handle the situation, and Rosaline managed to reach a settlement with Odette before leaving. So I suppose there were at least no lifelong regrets left behind. Beyond that, I don't know the details about that side of things. But the reason being, her father passed away. That was back before it had been named Project Stuzia, when things were still being worked out.
Huh. The more you know. Rosaline was always so self-centered. I never understood why she started paying so much attention to Odette. Is that such a surprise? If you cast your mind back, you may remember that Rosaline and I weren't exactly close.
Odette's past is no secret. Her father was a fetus and her mother was a very famous ballerina. On the surface, it looks like she followed right in her parents' footsteps. After her father passed away on a mission, her mother was overcome with grief. Odette was only interested in ballet at the time, but this tragedy left the family with both breadwinners gone. Per Capitano's policy, family members of Fatui who died in the line of duty had to be So, regardless of how Rosaline may have felt about it, it fell to her to resolve the issue of Odette's family's.
Right, because the alternative would have been a one-off compensation payment, I guess. And that's still. She must have had mixed feelings about it, right? If she doesn't even like the Fatui.
It's just a theory. A possibility. But as a motive for Odette to become Lelek, it holds up. That said, I have no idea where Odette's head is at right now. Plenty of people were on bad terms with Rosaline. I have no intention of trying to figure it all out. Yes, but there's not much point.
Yeah, back to Lelek. Since our investigations so far have turned up next to nothing, we've got nothing to lose by trying a new angle. Funnily enough, Tonya and I had actually made plans to go to the theater tomorrow to watch Odette's rehearsal. Which means you can go in my place.
Spirit Seeker. Quite the classic ballet. It was passed down through Odette's mother's family for generations. But Odette's been practicing it diligently, and it's finally ready for a return to the stage. Excitement is through the roof.
Tonya's excited for it too. She's desperate to see it no matter what. Personally, it's not really my
I've actually seen it several times before. The story's pretty straightforward. It's a tale of love and regret. But when that classic melody kicks in, and the lead character... Not an easy dance to do justice to, though. I know it's always been Odette's dream to perform.
In that case, I think that even if she is Lelek, we should wait. I'll let you take it from here,
You made a ton of progress today. It's good that everything's going so smoothly. Next step is to head back to the theater and get a clear answer from Odette. Either way, Paimon doesn't get the sense that she's a bad person. Sure, she might have done some pretty extreme things. Maybe this is going too far, but like, with everything she's meant, why leave a letter when she could, well, we know there are plenty. So, if it is her, she's got some principles. Yeah! Well, all you can... No change, really. But that thing Paimon told you about... Oh, hearing you talk about your day makes Paimon itch.
Yeah, I wish you could be there too.
Guess it's just one of those things.
If Odette is Lelek, she may well have inside information. Her father was involved with the project's early implementation, and tragically died, and it's hard to imagine she could have gotten this far without when she spoke to us as a member of the Fatui. How? Only time will tell.
Hey, look! It's snowing! Could be a tough...
Whoosh.
If there's anything you need, please let me know.
Зоне.
Ooh, it sure is cold today. I wonder how much heavier the snow's gonna get. Here to see Odette? I just need to see your tickets for the preview. Perfect. Thank you. I'll hold on to your tickets.
I think I'll leave the Lelic question until after the show's over. Child said he was originally going to come with Tonya. Is there anyone here who looks like a Tonya? Let's see. It's a small... Mr. Chuganov's back again by the looks of it. Oh, and is that Mitya? And that Oh no. It looks like the show's starting and I still haven't found Tonya.
Members of the audience, I'm a staff member here at the theater. Today's performance was a very special one for us. As it marks the first attempt to commemorate this occasion, we would love to take a group photo of the cast, crew, and audience members present today. Could I...
All right, everyone, huddle in a little more. Now, look at the camera.
А, вот оно, Таня.
Are you quite satisfied, Mr. Energy Scientist? I rather hope you don't have any other escape plans to...
What are you talking about, Sarge? This was simply my way of inviting you to watch Miss Odette's new... And wasn't the performance spectacular? In the future, I heartily encourage you to take a leaf out of my book. Find some soul-nourishing pastimes to...
It was indeed a fine performance, but I must correct you on one point. This is not time outside of work.
Working hours and non-working hours are just a social construct. Human technology can never advance if we're too rigid in our thinking, Sarge.
May we leave now?
Already? I mean, I was kinda hoping to soak up the atmosphere for a little longer, but... No? Okay, guess I'm pushing my luck. Didn't seem like too much to ask, but fair enough. Off we go then, Sarge. Back to the land of working hours. Lead the way.
That has to be her. She's the only person in the audience. Excuse me. Your brother's busy today, so I took his ticket. Don't...
Oh, okay.
What's wrong? Are you... Maybe she caught a cold on the way here
I haven't seen snow like this in a long, long time. It's most
Да,
unusual.
у нас все как обычно.
No, it's completely white out there. You can barely see a thing.
Рад, что у тебя все
I've never
замечательно.
seen such heavy snow in my life.
Let's wait it out for now. You'd be lucky not to freeze to death in this weather, let alone find your way.
Well, look at that. Maybe we shouldn't be in such a rush to get back after all. What do you think?
Let's wait and see.
Why do you need to take it so seriously? Fate has given us this wonderful chance to take a break. We owe it to ourselves to make the most of it.
Come to think of it, there's a small inn not far from here that always keeps plenty of extra blankets on hand for guests. I know the route well. Shall I head over and borrow a few blankets? That way, anyone in a hurry can wrap up warm for the journey back. Just remember to return them next time you're over this way.
Sir, there's really no need to go to all that trouble.
Hey, it's no trouble at all. Wait here, I'll be right back.
Ну,
What a kind gentleman. Very good. My wife and daughter are waiting for me at home, so I shall be heading back as soon as I get my blanket.
So... Are you expecting us to go back to the Armory Palace wrapped in blankets too?
Don't worry about that. I made arrangements in advance. Should I not return to the Armory Palace within 3.5 hours after Operation Showtime begins, an armed squad will be sent to collect us. They will escort us back. You are one of our key military personnel, so any weather-related risks must be eliminated.
Operation Showtime? So, wait. Every single time you drag me back to work when I sneak out, it's a whole official operation? I gotta say, you've really turned this into quite a moral dilemma for me.
It's snowing pretty hard out there. I think you should stay here for now. You seem a little under the weather.
Sure. My brother might come pick me up in a bit anyway.
Time to get to work. I should head backstage and find Odette. I need to look her in the eye and ask her about Lelek.
Excuse me, are you looking for someone? Ah, a fan, I'm guessing? Today is just a dress rehearsal, so Miss Odette won't be meeting with fans. Sorry, but that area is currently off limits.
Bad timing, I guess. Well...
неплохо.
What happened to the gentleman who went to fetch the blankets?
I was thinking the same thing. It's still snowing, but
Whatever the reason for his delay, I must say I hate nothing more than people who make empty promises. Well, I have to treat my employees like that on...
You seem anxious, Mr. Valeri.
It's been nearly 4 hours since I left the armory. The army should have arrived to it. They know how much I despise tardiness and disrupted plans. There's simply no reason that they shouldn't have shown up by now, barring exceptional circumstances.
Surely a snowstorm like this one counts as such.
Few things in this world can stop the Sneznyan army, Mr. Mitya. And a snow...
Why don't you go out and take a look? They might be right outside, waiting for your orders before they
An absurd hypothesis. I have no intention of leaving...
This doesn't look like an ordinary snowstorm. That guy who left earlier. It looked like he just vanished into thin air. Either that, or...
A man-eating snowstorm? Come on. Night hasn't even fallen yet.
Traveler, didn't know you were coming today. How come you didn't say anything? Oh, right. I assumed you were looking for me and Vodenitz. Whoa, that's quite a snowstorm out there. I've been working backstage this whole time, so I didn't even notice.
Is weather like this rare?
Yeah, snow like this. I'm sure I've seen it out. Actually, I take that back. I don't think I've seen snow this bad even in the wild. This is something else. It's not normal.
If even Alosha thinks snow like this isn't normal, could it have anything to do with that?
We can't stay cooped up here forever. Someone needs to go out and take a look. No need. I have plenty of experience with snowstorms. Besides, I work here while you're an audience member. I should be the one to do it. Everyone by the door. Careful not to let the snow soak into your shoes. In a snowstorm, you gotta look after your toes above all else.
Heading out, my man? Be careful. I've been told the snowstorm eats people alive.
Thanks for the advice. I am planning to be careful. I just want to take a quick look at the situation out there.
Альёша, да. Не, русские эти названия в снежной, они прям...
Did you see any soldiers patrol?
Something about this storm isn't right. There's no one out there. I didn't see a single soul. And this isn't your average snowstorm. I suspect it might be related to recent events in our nation.
Are you serious? So all of us are trapped here.
You want to go outside and see? I, for one, am not risking my neck in that weather.
This just turned from a minor delay into a major hassle.
We can only hope that our friend who went to fetch the blankets just ditched us and went home.
Is it really that bad? But my daughter... I won't...
Huh? What are you all still doing here? Whoa! It's snowing hard. So now we're stuck here? Oh, this is terrible. On the bright side, the theater's always well stocked with supplies. If this, at least, fine by me.
This seems like a sensible backup plan under the circ.
What are you staring outside and praying for, my man? You anxious to get home too?
Oh, your majesty, the Tsaritsa, I beg you. This is a golden opportunity to spend the night under the same roof as...
I think I've changed my mind. Sir, if you so much as look at us funny, you'll be seeing stars in a whole other way. Behave yourself.
It's getting colder. We need to keep the indoor temperature. Close the door and lock it tight.
Актер мертвых душ.
And then there's the aristocrats. Easiest of all to deal with. You don't need to use any force whatsoever.
I don't?
Because nothing horrifies them more than the thought of a cheap, coarse rope leaving creases on their precious million Mora coat. They'll do whatever you ask.
Unexpected, but...
Well, look at that. I got myself a new listener. Hey there. Let me introduce myself. The name's Shram, and I'm a mercenary.
And I am Chuganov, an entrepreneur. If my name is unfamiliar to you, you will note...
Are you really that famous, Mr. Chuganov? How come I've never...
Excuse me?
Oh, I'll have to ask my rope later. He's probably tied up more entrepreneur...
How are you feeling, Tonya?
I'm fine. Sorry to worry you. I'm used to it by this point.
Child must take great care of his sister. He's...
You know, I actually find this whole stuck in a strange place thanks to a snowstorm. Having to spend the night with a bunch of interesting characters. Exactly. It's like one of those stories where an ordinary school trip turns into a magical... I'm fine.
Look after yourself.
My husband has major trust issues. To him, I doubt even this snowstorm is a good enough excuse for me to stay out all night.
That's the price of marrying into wealth. You'll get used to it. I'm not about to stop you if you want to leave, but don't drag me along. Hello? Can I help you?
Это опять Маша.
I have to say, even though today was a rehearsal and there were some hiccups along the way, Miss Odette's performance was one of the...
Oh, I couldn't agree more. Especially considering the weight of the subject matter. Do you think we were coming on too strong? Odette's ignoring us.
What about you? What did you think of today's performance? Huh. That's actually a more insightful critique than I was expecting. My mother would agree. She's always thought that. I'll make sure to save a ticket for you when the show's performance.
This doesn't seem like the time or place to bring up the subject of Lelek.
So unfair. Talk about double standards.
And now it looks like I've been spot. You know Mitya too?
No, I don't.
Молодец. Ну,
I
прокачивай.
just have a feeling that he might be dangerous.
This is highly irregular. A delay of over an hour during an operation like this theoretically warrants a Harbinger-level response. I wonder...
Sarge, the day you learn to let go and just enjoy moments like this is the day you'll finally understand the meaning of life. Ah, why, hello, sir. I believe you were the one sitting at a nearby table back at Podvorya. Any friend of the theater's star performers is a friend of mine. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Greetings. Major Valeri, head of the Special Assignments Battalion. Armory, I am here to ensure Mr. Mitya's personal safety. Please let me know if I can be of...
Mr. Traveler, I cannot help but notice that Miss Odette is stealing glances at me. Any idea what that could be? I've racked my brains, but I can't think of anything I might have done to offend her. Perhaps she noticed me spacing out during her performance? What? You mean I really did do something to upset her?
So, Mr. Mitya, is...
Yes, that's right. The higher-ups in the Fatui transferred me from the Energy Commission to the Armory Palace because they wanted me... Really? I can't even talk about that? Pretty sure it can... All right, I won't say anything.
I don't think it's ever been this lively backstage before. I didn't know you were coming today. Hey, have you seen Chuganov? I heard he was coming today. Have you spoken to him at all?
I'm with you. This could be just the chance we need.
Yeah, I gotta figure out a way to coax some more intel out of him. I want to know why he suddenly changed his stance on Project Stuja. What exactly happened?
For the Rokad, or just out of personal interest?
There are other people around.
Окошник.
How's it looking, Alosha?
No change from this afternoon. Heavy snow with no sign of slowing down.
May I have your attention, please? The storm is unlikely to stop tonight. We at the theater owe everyone here a duty of care. Therefore, we strongly, in a few short moments, will give you a tour of the theater's various quarters. You can choose to sleep in the VIP room, the office, or backstage. Or on this.
I'll pass on sleeping on the stage. What if the snow is stopped by tomorrow morning? The early birds in the audience might think we're...
A drama about sleeping? That could be fun. Maybe we could come up with a title for the production.
What? Gotta admit, I did.
Anyone who doesn't wish to sleep on the stage, please follow me. I'll show you to...
I guess I'll call it a night. Though I'm sure she'll be worried that I haven't made it back yet. But I wonder if she's feeling any better yet. At least...
За уровень из Elden Ring.
Ah, finally. Welcome back to the world of the living, lazy bones. I was about to wake you. The black mist is almost on us. Still waking up, huh? You know, the black mist. It's been chasing us from below ever since we were born. You're just dozy. There's no way you've forgotten. Come on, let's keep heading up. Onwards and upwards is the only way to survive. Don't listen to a word those black...
Here we go again.
What's going on? That black mist down there is creeping me out. And it's rising.
The Black Mist cultists believe that being swallowed by the Black Mist leads to everlasting peace. But if you ask me, they're just lying to themselves. We're the only heretics left. The only ones who refuse to give in. We have to keep going.
But how do you actually know that they're wrong?
Dangerous question there, Torgov. The moment your faith wavers, you start a chain reaction that ends in the collapse of your will. Put the question out of your mind. Stay strong and believe that the Black Mist means certain death.
Okay, but it's...
I can't do this anymore. I've had enough of being forever on the run. What's the point of it all?
All this will pass eventually, I promise. Keep fighting.
You accuse the Black Mist cultists of being liars. But you're lying too. There is no end to this path.
The cult of the Black Mist has poisoned your mind, Sobolova. Are you thinking of giving...
I am. I think I'll take...
As much as I detest the Black Mist cultists...
Then I bid you both farewell. Let me put my personal opinions aside for a moment and say, fate always appears so impossibly complicated. But at moments like this, its raw simplicity is laid bare. Their fate was sealed from the instant they entertained doubt. From then on, the outcome was both... Torgov and Sobolova are gone. I never thought the day would come when even they would be swallowed by the Black Mist. It's just you and me now. Yes, it looks like it's satisfied. This happens from time to time, but it won't be long before the Black Mist starts chasing survivors once again. Well, we should make the most of the precious moments of rest that those two... Huh? Are you really that sleepy, traveler?
What is it, Chuganov? What's wrong?
Is it morning already? Sounds like it's coming from next door.
Don't look, Miss Tonya. Okay.
What happened to them?
These two people have passed away. And the strange thing is that somehow... Have I seen this moment before?
Let me take a look. No vital signs in either of them. They're dead. The cause of death, however, remains unclear. No wounds on the bodies. No signs of a struggle.
But just last night, they were chatting and joking away.
Could they have had pre-existing medical conditions? Even then...
It's hard to believe that they died of natural causes. No. Who was the first to discover the bodies?
It was me. But these deaths have nothing to do with me, officer. I got up early because I wanted to see if the snow had stopped. Then I noticed that the door to this room was open, and it looked like there was a man and woman inside.
I can corroborate this. I was doing my morning exercises near the stage. When I saw Mr. Chuganov, I can also confirm that I didn't see a single person approach that room before him.
The snowstorm was raging all night, and it's still going now. There's no way someone...
You mean an intruder? No, not possible. I slept by the door last night as a precaution. There's no way I wouldn't have noticed...
Everyone, split into pairs and search the theater for anyone in hiding.
Nothing on your end either?
Backstage is clear. No signs of suspicion. We checked the basement. Also clear. I don't think there's anywhere here that a living person could hide.
Are we certain that the theater doesn't have a back door? Or any tunnel or passageway wide enough for a person to fit through?
No, there's nothing like that. If people were sneaking in through some secret tunnel to avoid I also checked the windows. All of them are locked from the inside, and...
It sounds like we can safely rule out the intruder theory. If anyone came in during the night in this weather, there'd be...
This can only mean one thing. It's like one of those murder mysteries you see in novels and plays, isn't it? The ones with...
We can't quite jump to that.
Could he be right? It's hard to imagine something said in a theater during a snowstorm. A murder takes place, and the killer is among us. It's such a classic trope that it seems unbelievable.
Looking at who the killer targeted, and the clean entry and exit, it all adds up. I know what this is. It's obvious now that
What is? What have you figured?
Both victims were wealthy, well-known local merchants. And the door was deliberately left open, so I would discover the bodies in such ruthless methods. This was your...
Lelek?
You mean Lelek is among us? And he's the killer?
Lelek. I know this code name. Member of the Rokot, anti-Project Stuja. Always works alone. I've read the case files at the Armory Palace. Walk me through your reasoning, Mr. Chuganov. What do you know about Lelek?
What now, huh? What now, Lelek? What more do you want from me? I already voted against Project Stuzia at the Snezhnograd Vecha. You snuck into my house the other day while I was asleep. Left a threatening letter. And I did all that you asked. But Project Stuzia cannot be so easily shaken. Not with the rooster in charge.
So, he really was threatened by Lelek. That makes sense.
And now you're resorting to murder to threaten me. Isn't that right? I knew it. The Rokot despises the rich. The lives of the wealthy are but refuse in your eyes. Show yourself! Which one of you is Lelek, Tell me! I'll do whatever you want! Just stop playing these mind games!
Was this really Lelek's doing? Would Odette really do something like this? If Odette really is Lelek, this seems out of character. But then again, how well do I really know her? I'm probably the only one here with a compelling theory about Lelek's true identity. But if I reveal it now, I'll be putting Odette in the line of fire. What should I do?
I don't think it's likely that Lelek killed anyone. At least, from the stories I've heard, he's never killed anyone before. And his name has never come up in connection with any murder cases. Besides, even if Lelek did want to threaten you, why resort to such an extreme and roundabout method? It's not his style at all.
Vodianitsa doesn't know that Lelek might be Odette, but her assessment is pretty much identical to mine.
Miss Vodianitsa, why do you suddenly feel the need to speak in Lelek's defense?
Defense? Oh, no, it's just... I'm worried that we're jumping to conclusions here, so I wanted to share my point of view. Also, I don't think the Rokot is as bad as you're making it out to be.
Well, if you think I'm so wrong, what's your theory then, Why don't you tell us who the killer is?
The case is still evolving, Mr. Chuganov. Please do not prevent others from expressing their opinions so early on in the discussion.
Even so, there's no denying that the recent threat received by Mr. Chuganov may well be an important clue.
So there's still a good chance that Lelek is right here among us. I can't do this anymore. I don't care if it's still snowing outside. I have to get out of here.
Whoa, take a beat. We all know it's far too dangerous out there. Even the soldiers couldn't get to us. Go out that door, and you might not live to tell the tale. And whoever this Lelek is, they're surely not going to murder anyone in broad daylight. Be sensible, my man. You're safer inside.
As much as I regret having to say this, I'd like everyone to cooperate and refrain from exiting the premises until further notice. Because as things stand, every one of us is now a suspect. Unless anyone has further information to share, let's adjourn for now. Feel free to keep searching for clues, but make sure you don't go off alone.
You're right, that was my bad. It was a knee-jerk reaction. I didn't think it through. Luckily, no one suspected my identity. Oh, phew. It's just you. I thought someone was eavesdropping.
Since Vodianitsa and I were on the same page earlier, I think I should share my thoughts with the Rokot members first.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Are you serious? I don't know if this counts as gossip, but it's definitely on track to be the juiciest this whole year. Odette? Really? Odette? Oh god, how dumb does this make me look? Lelek has been right under my nose this whole time, and I didn't notice a thing.
Actually, it's exactly what you'd expect. Sometimes, hiding in plain sight is the best strategy.
And now that you mention it, the more I think about it, the more sense it seems to make. It all adds up. What are we up to now? 1, 2, 3, 4... Odette's identities. She's my coworker, specifically a ballerina, and also a Fatus, a member of the Rokot. Now, Lelek. It must be so exhausting. I just want to give her a hug. I guess since I've always known her as a member of the Fatui, it never even crossed my mind that she could be involved with the Rokot, let alone be Lelek. I don't understand. If she's with the Fatui, what reason could she have for being so opposed to Project Stusha?
Probably best if you ask her that in person.
Well, since you waited until now to bring this up instead of announcing it to everyone earlier, does that mean we're all on the same page? Yeah. Lelek may not follow orders from the Rokot leadership, but as far as I'm concerned, she's never crossed the line. If anything, her actions benefit the poor. We need to confront her face to face.
Do you think she'd really admit to being Lelek?
I don't know. We'll have to see how it goes. For now, we'll work on the assumption that she didn't kill anyone, and see how much she's willing to tell us. Now's our chance. Odette's alone. Let's go. Hey, Odette! What is it, you guys? Shh! Keep your voice down. We need to talk. So, you're Lelek, aren't you? Alright, fine. You don't have to say anything or explain yourself. Just hear me out first. None of us believes you kill innocent people. Whoever murdered those 2 people last night, it wasn't you. The Traveler was the first to figure out your identity, but he kept quiet during the discussion just now. Still, it's clear where the group consensus is heading. Everyone believes Lelek is the culprit. If your identity is exposed, you'll be in a really bad spot. We're your colleagues, and we know what kind of person you are. I don't want anything bad to happen to you. So, can you clue us in? Tell us everything. The more we know, the more easily we'll be able to cover for you.
Alright. Yes, I'm Lelek. And no, I'm not the murderer. And thanks, but I don't need you to cover for me. Actually, I'm planning to reveal my identity.
Huh? You're gonna reveal that you're Lelek? Here?
That's right. I'll admit I was surprised at first when Shuganov guessed that I was here. It was just a lucky guess, but it caught me off guard. But after taking some time to assess the situation and confirm where everyone stands, I don't believe I have anything to worry about.
Are you sure you don't need a second opinion? Given the circumstances...
Mr. Valeri!
What?!
So... Odette is Lelek?
I don't know what game you're playing, but you've got a lot of nerve.
It's just one identity. So what if it's exposed? I can disappear and adopt a new identity anytime I please. I made my peace with this when I chose to become Lelek. But more importantly, I promise I am not the murderer, which means that someone else is. So, if anyone still insists that I did this, you'd best produce the evidence now. Otherwise, I suggest that you bite your tongue. Because if you really believe I killed 2 people without making a sound or leaving a trace, pointing fingers at me would surely only make you my next target.
Is this really the truth, Miss Odette?
That's confidence, all right. I believe you.
A real no-nonsense attitude. I can see why Marionette said that she's on track to inherit the title of the Fair Lady.
Are you seriously buying this? Hey, officer! She just admitted to being Lelek. Aren't you going to do something about this?
I do have one question, Miss Odette. Why have you chosen this moment to come forward and reveal your identity?
If I didn't say anything, everyone would be focusing all their efforts on finding Lelek. And that is exactly what the real culprit wants. I don't want to be the scapegoat who lets the murderer get away with this crime.
Despite all the accusations, she made the smart choice. A remarkable display of rational thinking under pressure. Clearly, Odette's talent extends far beyond the art of dance.
She thought so far ahead. Ugh, why do I always feel like I'm one step behind her in everything?
You've convinced me. Dealing with the murder case remains the top priority right now. Let's put the name Lelek and all related incidents aside until further notice. Nevertheless, the group still considers you the prime suspect. I assume you have no quarrel with that, Miss Odette?
I understand. You're welcome to keep an eye on me around the clock. I have no objections.
Mr. Chuganov?
For my wife and daughter's sake, I'll let you off the hook for now. But don't think you're forgiven for breaking into my house and threatening me. Just wait till we get out of here, Lelek. We'll settle the score then.
Good work, Lelek guard team. And Lelek too. Here, have some hot water.
Turns out Valeri knew about my exploits. So now I've been told I have to guard Lelek with him.
Shouldn't you be facing my way if you're guarding me? At the moment, it looks more like you're my bodyguards.
If the true culprit is indeed still at large, as you have claimed, we must keep our guard up against them also.
Don't worry, Tonya. We'll get through this. Once the snow stops, the officials will step in. The investigation will get easier, and then we'll be safe.
But once the snow stops, won't everyone just leave?
You're gonna miss us, huh? Well, some of us work at the theater, so we'll still be here. I'll even give you a special backstage pass.
Really, Miss Vodyanitsa? That's awesome! You've made a fan for life.
Aw, you're so cute, Tonya. All right, let's swear to it. I promise to give you the pass, and you promise to never change your mind about being my fan.
Promise.
Don't indulge her, Tonya. You don't have to swear an oath over things like that.
You really do get carried away sometimes, don't you, Miss Vodyanitsa?
Hey, mind your own business.
Don't be nervous, Miss Wateramp. Everyone's here. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Excuse me? Do I look nervous? Don't be ridiculous.
Hmm? No. You sound nervous, lass.
Oh. Wait, but how... Okay, plenty of people know that I'm a water imp, but still... How come you understand our primary mode of expression?
Primary mode of expression. I've not come across that concept before. Do enlighten me, vtuber.
Well, it's just... We water imps tend to communicate our emotions to each other by singing, rather than facial expressions. The emotions we convey through song take precedence over our facial expressions. So, we think of it as our primary mode of expression.
I'm impressed, Shram. I didn't take you for a man of culture, but you're clearly rather learned.
It's not about being cultured or not. The thing is, this mode of expression can usually only be understood by other water imps. It's not a simple case of a song sounding happy or sad. And yet, you're clearly human, Mr. Shram.
It's really not the big deal you're making it out to be. I think I just have a knack for it. Plus, I have a... very close friend who's a water imp. A delightful lady. But keep that a secret. Anyway, we spent so much time together that before I knew it, I noticed I could understand her expressions.
Oh, I guess that makes sense. Still, the fact that you have a water imp friend is even more surprising. I'd better watch what I'm singing when I'm around you from now on.
Hey, what are you implying? You're not secretly insulting the audience in your songs, are you?
Heavens! Why would I do a thing like that?
It's getting late. We should discuss our sleeping arrangements for tonight. To guard against the killer, someone needs to keep watch.
I suggest that we don't sleep in separate quarters tonight. It will be safer if we all stayed together.
As long as someone keeps an eye on Lelek, I'm quite sure we won't have any trouble.
Are you saying that you wish to bet your life on Miss Odette being the killer?
Nonsense. Of course not.
Then I propose the following arrangement for tonight. The Traveler, Odette, and I will form the Night Watch. We'll sleep in shifts, but two of us must be awake at any given time.
An excellent idea. This allows us to handle the Night Watch while also keeping an eye on Lelek. Meanwhile, the rule of taking shifts in pairs resolves the other issue. Namely that we can't necessarily trust the Traveler or Valeri either. I expect that plan took you quite some time to come up with, didn't it?
Actually, our field combat manual outlines a similar approach. Although the scenario there involves guarding prisoners overnight during field operations. That being said, I must clarify that I harbor no disrespect towards you personally, Miss Odette. In fact, Lelek's numerous covert operations make fine textbook examples.
I care less about respect and more about the fact that you just robbed me of 2/3 of my sleep tonight. I'm calling dibs on being the first to rest. Good night.
It's almost time. We should wake Odette. How are you faring? Oh, not going to argue with that. I'll take a quick nap.
It's finally time for Odette and I to share the Night Watch. I should wake her up. I came here to get information from her in the first place.
How long are you gonna keep staring at me? Couldn't sleep. My mind's plus. There's something I've been meaning to talk. I had a hunch that you wanted a conversation too. I just had a simple question for you, Rosaline. In her final moments, did she have any last word? I see. What? No. She was utterly ruthless in pursuing her goals. That kind of person should be hard to miss.
Привет, Салман.
And yet, even
Как
though I
дела?
never approved of her methods, and she was an abrasive person, the fact remains that, oh, she told you. I guess that makes sense. I think she and yes. Rosaline wasn't the kind to gossip about this sort of thing. Not that it's any huge secret. When I was a child, I had to join the Fatui for the sake of my mother and me. I trained under Rosaline. It was extremely grueling, and it didn't exactly come naturally to me. All I could do was try to ignore the biting cold and practice. I was a newcomer who'd managed to make a good first impression on a harbinger. There was... Every day was a struggle against the cold, pain, and fatigue. After enduring all that, I've become almost immune to the sensation of... Surely, any child who had to experience that would grow to hate her lot. So, I put an equal amount of effort into my ballet. Because in my young mind, that was the only way to defy my fate. It was my way of telling her, the Fatui's demands and your expectations of me are not what I wish. I think she probably blamed my poor performance in training on my passion for ballet. She knew my heart wasn't in it. One time, when I was secretly practicing a dance at night, she suddenly I told her, "You don't deserve to watch the dance I learned." She looked stunned. I guess she was surprised that I lashed out first, before she had the chance. But strangely enough, on that occasion, she wasn't fierce with me like she was during training.
Скорее просто уставший, вот и
She
все.
fell silent for a moment, and then left. After that, she never interfered with my dancing or asked me how it was going. She never came to watch me dance again either. Not even she was. But even now, whenever I take out this core Ignis, I can't help but think of that night. Of the look on... sort of. Although gift might be too kind a term. This is her flames. She knew the location of every piece of core Ignis. If any recipient started acting suspiciously, she'd be on to them immediately.
Всего лишь 4 часа.
Trust her to make even a mark of approval feel suffocating. So, when news of Rosaline's death
Просто не
reached
выспался.
Snezhnaya, many people immediately crushed their core Ignis. It gave them a profound sense of relief, but I kept mine. With my sensitivity to pain being as dull as it is, I still wonder, did she really come to stop me that night? I wasn't sure, but I was scared, so I said some really awful things. I guess she didn't leave anything behind. Not that I expected her to. It's fine. It's just a bit of a shame that we couldn't settle. She did. Are you sure she was talking about this event? No, she didn't. I didn't even find out that she'd gone to Mondstadt until... Wait. In that case... Okay.
There's something I'm trying to figure out. I'm beginning to suspect that Paimon's very important to me. So I have to get to the bottom.
The ultimate goal of this energy experiment, the weapon's construction, was completed in Nodcry. Now, all that remains is to arm it with a sufficiently... Yes. The weapon's development and all the related experiments are overseen by Lord Piero, the Jester. And the lab is... I'm not sure why this experiment would be making Paimon feel unwell, though. Once we get out of here, I'll help you apply for an entry permit. And I'm hardly the organization's proudest member, as you know. You
What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?
Да нет, 1002.
You two seem to be hitting it off.
Еще раз тебе спасибо. Отложил их на что-нибудь нужное.
I thought you were sleeping.
Of course I was. In the military, one learns to fall asleep quickly,
Так, сейчас
even in the
вернусь,
most
надо размяться.
inhospitable environments. It's vital to staying alert and energized. Why? Is something wrong?
Even if he was awake, he can't have overheard us, right?
Well, thank you both for keeping watch. Traveler, I'll take over for now.
Sure. This is our second night here, but at least I found out a little more about Paimon's condition. I hope she's been sleeping well the past couple of days. Why do I feel like... Seriously? Is this Never mind.
Ну, кто на этот раз умрет?
Hey,
эти
what
два.
are you spacing out for?
How long have we been walking for?
Time's lost all meaning. Ever since...
A star key? Or key star? Anyway, the person who named it was swallowed by...
Whatever it's called. Ever since we noticed it, we've been... But it seems like no matter...
Well, we've come this far.
Monsters! Watch out!
Not again! I've lost count of how many times we run into them. Be careful.
Back of his
Should have run faster.
monsters ahead of us, the black mist behind us. It feels like there's no escape.
Shut up! Run faster.
Learned.
Are you hurt, Coolish?
No, I'm fine.
I get you. In fact, I reached my—
Yeah, the hope that the star... Otherwise, why would it always be out of reach?
We know you mean well, but you're only saying that to try—
Thank you, friend. But you're going to continue, aren't you?
It's not an illusion. We really are getting closer to the star.
Congratulations. You're the first person I'm the stars on. The black mist has stopped rising. Its hunger is satisfied for now. This is a good opportunity. I'll let you get some rest before we continue. What do you mean, leave? Congratulations on reaching the starting point. Huh? What's wrong? Hey.
Rampana! Rampana!
Is that...
Coolish, wake up! Please wake up!
The situation is identical to that of the two casualties.
At least there are some elements that we can rule out this time. They slept on the stage with everyone else.
Rampana.
Weren't some of us keeping watch last night? 3 of us, in fact.
I'm as confused as you are. Certainly nothing—
Likewise, and from what I've observed so far, both Miss Odette and the Traveler can be trusted.
To be honest, I didn't get a wink of sleep last night. I couldn't help but think I was the target. I heard the Traveler and Lelek chatting, but otherwise I don't recall hearing—
Me too. I didn't want to wake everyone up, so I was concentrating hard, trying not to cough.
Then, what could possibly be causing this? Once was bad enough, but I worked closely with Rampana and Coolish for so long.
4 victims in just 2 days. I need to get to the bottom of this as soon as possible. And above all, keep
Still snowing?
Yes, I just checked. Still no sign of anyone else.
So we only have
Yeah,
ourselves to rely on.
If you ask me, this killer can clearly strike whenever they please. The Night Watch was a useless endeavor from the start. Lelek must be an expert in poisoning. Clearly she used some poison that can't be detected on the corpse.
Here we go again.
Listen, I was already thinking to myself last night, was Lelek's reason for revealing her identity the real story? Well, now I have my answer. It most certainly was
Ну,
not.
как всегда. А у тебя?
She's been playing us for fools. You get off on this, don't you? Revealing your identity, only to carry on with your killing spree?
That's a hideous thought. One that only a hideous mind like yours could dream up.
How dare you!
That's enough! Yesterday, you named Lelek as a suspect because the victims were but today's victims were just ordinary people. Not to mention that they were colleagues of Odette and mine.
Who knows? Maybe you don't know her. I implore you all to ask yourselves, how many people— Lelek is well known to be a ruthless operator, and now she has revealed her identity.
Everything you've said so far is still just conjecture, which doesn't constitute a concrete lead. You need—
How can you defend her, officer? What did she say to you while you were— Maybe I shouldn't be so surprised. You military types are all so you can get your grubby paws on our hard-earned fortunes. Then tell us to fall in line. The Fatui, the Droot. Don't you?
Sir, but you were the one who told us not to stop other people. 4 people have already died. Only yesterday I was chatting with Mr. Coolish. Then we woke up in the morning and he's turning against one another. It's the last thing we should...
Little girl.
Even if Mr. Chuganov is a puffed up, pig-headed wind, he's still one of the victims here.
I had no intention of resorting to violence. But you're right. In any case, I believe Mr. Chuganov has calmed down a little.
I don't think there's any need for that. What is there to discuss? Nothing.
Did you have an idea, Mitya? You're the...
I've been mulling something over. All the leads we have so far concern things from out, but then there's the 2 double murder crime scenes themselves, which have given us absolutely nothing to go on whatsoever. That's highly unusual.
So what are you suggesting?
I think this could be a supernatural event. It isn't characteristic of...
correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't...
I got into scientific research because of my insatiable curiosity. But if the...
Now that you mention it, I remember when I first came to the theater. I heard rumors about this place being haunted.
Haunted?
Даже не знаю, что сказать на это.
I think I heard the same thing. But I mean, they're only rumors.
Well, this is taking an unexpected turn. A haunt.
Why don't we take this opportunity to look for clues again with a more open mind?
Very well. Whether it's criminals or ghosts we're looking for, the same rules apply.
Valeri, come take a look at this. You too, traveler.
Some sort of notebook. What is it for?
It's the on-duty logbook for the theater. Coolish was the main person to use it. He mostly used it to record any unusual incidents during a show, audience numbers, exit times, and so on. Yes, he'd always have this logbook with him when he checked tickets at the entrance.
This should confirm a lot of key details about the recent show.
Да, нет, этот квест прям охрененен. Сейчас я сижу скучаю не потому, что квест так себе, потому что я очень уставший. Но Снежную сделали просто бомбу.
Don't match what's recorded in the logbook. Apparently, we have an extra person among us.
Are we certain that logbook is accurate? Could someone have sneaked in without buying a ticket or something?
Unlikely. Coolish took his duties very seriously. I've rarely seen any errors in his work. Not to mention that this was a dress rehearsal, meaning smaller audience numbers and tighter ticket restrictions than usual. Everything would have been well within his control.
We no longer have our
Они
tickets
сделали
with us,
скип.
do we?
Если ты сейчас скачаешь, ты можешь Снежную сразу же запустить, независимо где ты находишься по
Unfortunately
сюжету.
not. The theater recycles tickets. Once people are in the door, they don't tend to... Still, I'm inclined to believe that this discrepancy in the head count is significant somehow.
Did an extra person just materialize out of thin air?
Но Снежная сделана просто охрененно. Даже стрельба фортнайтовская сделана просто шикарно.
Not yet. Still looking. So...
This looks like...
Well, it doesn't look scary. Alright.
Huh. This has to be Vodianitsa's right.
Maybe it's a little rude for us to peek at this. I feel like I just read someone's secret diary. It sounds like she's writing this for her parents, right?
Нет, только они сделали новый тип
Stuff in a
миссий,
notebook instead of mailing it in a letter.
на которых тебе выдают оружие, ты это, и это буквально превращается в Fortnite.
And now they live some.
We're sorry.
It's fine. My fault for not storing it properly. I can't leave things lying around and expect them to. All right, give me my notebook back.
Что значит теперь? Стрельбы у путешественника никогда не было. Нет, это катализатор с другими элементами, все правильно. Каждое оружие это элементальное оружие. И она катализирует с разными элементами.
Traveler, since you're
Да.
here, come take a look
Что
at
только
this.
путешественник оружие, это оружие имеет смежной. Другие персонажи не имеют. У Алёши Мосинка, но она как способность. Короче, я сейчас не объясню это, не показав, к тому же ты еще и предвзято к этому относишься, поэтому я не объясню. Просто знай, что это сделано охуенно. Лучше, чем в Fortnite.
The theater manager must have hired an investigator once specifically to look into the...
Presumably, the manager wanted to know if the supposed haunting was dangerous while also being fearful of word getting out. Anyway, the bottom line is, the haunting is actually real after all. It's caused by an obstruction in the ley lines. Is there any...
Ley line problems are pretty unexceptional to me by this point. And while it's hard to imagine what connection it could have to these two murder cases.
Some of the language that appears at the very end of the report caught my eye. Angel civilization, ley line renovation? My area of research doesn't touch on any of that, so it's completely outside of my... huh? A piece of paper just fell out from the report. It landed right by your feet. How unnerving. It was tucked inside the report, so it must be death is near. Is that so? But if so, how did the
Видишь, в чем
author foresee
проблема?
it?
Ты хотел, чтобы они сделали дурацкую систему оружия, которая как-то вписалась в обычный геймплей и была кривой. Но они сделали отдельные миссии, на которых у тебя новая система укрытий, гранат, оружия, стрельбы, анимаций. Ты уж меня прости, но я предпочту так, чем как ты хочешь. Ну то, что ты говноед, это уже другой вопрос, правильно? Геншин внезапно плохим не стал, наоборот, с каждым апдейтом он все лучше и лучше.
If we take all this together, it's not impossible, is it? If anything, it's the natural conclusion.
Oh, I beg to differ. This sounds to me like a product of a researcher's vivid
Но если ты
imagination.
относишься к игре предвзято, да, не играв в нее, блин, это... То есть ты сам отказываешься давать игре шансы, просто говнишь ему. Блин.
Good. Okay, now that we finally have some meaningful leads, I think it's time to reconvene.
Неправда.
So, that's about
Когда я
everything
последний
we've
раз так делал?
discovered so far. I'll share my theory first. Based on what we've learned from the logbook, I believe the extra person among us is most likely the killer. If the killer had simply bought a ticket, it would have greatly increased the risk of their identity being exposed. I expect he or she either hid in the theater ahead of time, or found a way to slip past the ticket inspection. They then blended in with the group and waited for an opportunity to strike.
what about the note found in the investigation report?
The killer may have simply planted it there as some sort of sick joke.
So, it has nothing to do with the haunting of the theater after all.
This theory makes sense to me. If we have an audience member unaccounted for, chances are...
Could it really be that simple?
So, in other words, all we have to do is find out who... Then let me make one thing clear. All the theater staff should be well aware that I can't...
It's true. I hear you used every trick in the book to get a hold of that ticket, too. Everything short of throwing it...
I most certainly did not degrade myself as so...
Probably a stupid question, but I might as well ask. Guess it was naive of me to expect them to just admit...
Especially after the unprompted Lelek reveal. Once was already a miracle. Twice?
Valeri came to the theater to catch Mitya. Those two should be able to vouch for one another. I don't believe any of us here knew Shram before all this. Mr. Shram, did you really go through the...
Huh? Me? Why am I being singled out, my friend? Do I seem that suspicious?
It's not that you stand out as suspicious, more that everyone else has been ruled out as trustworthy.
Okay. Well, we spent the best part of 2 days together now, so I'm sure you can all tell what kind...
Yeah, I have no doubt that you're a good person. But the problem is, although actually, what was it you said last night? Yeah, last time I checked, there were barely any of us remaining in Snezhnaya. And I suppose it's also kind of a way for
Good grief. Are you blushing? Pull yourself together, man. Stop giggling.
Hey, revolting is a little strong. All right, that was just the bodyguard hired by our family. But the stars must have aligned, because sparks began to fly between me and their daughter.
We don't need details. Just...
Okay. I'm just a little hesitant to reveal her name, that's all. Even with me to protect her. If word gets out that she's dating a human...
Really? Wait, no.
Huh? Shram.
Why is everyone looking at...
Delicate times.
Yes? You know, the Civil War.
If I'm not mistaken, the last significant civil war in Snezhnaya in history was over 400 years ago. When Her Majesty the Tsaritsa...
What do you mean, 400 years ago?
What's going on here?
All right, Mr. Mitya, you win this round. As far-fetched as it is...
I'm just as amazed as you are. I didn't even believe it.
Is someone going to explain what's going on here?
From the look on your face, you figured it out too, haven't you,
That seems to be the case. Vodianitsa's private The theater's ley lines have been modified to block soul. Mr. Shram's statement proves he is from Hundred, and according to the For some unknown reason. Yeah, that must be the immediate reason. The contents of the investigate death is near.
Yeah, the logic is clear now. The investigation report said that there would be souls stuck wandering around the theater. Mr. Shram must be one such soul who died in the theater a long time ago. So when the note said death is near, it must have been referring to death as in the deceased. People who died a long time ago.
Someone who died a long...
In short, there's a dead person among us. The extra person we've been...
You mean I'm a ghost? No. Don't make... But even if I was dead, I know for a fact I didn't kill anyone.
Yeah. Even if all that's true, the report also said the souls inside the...
Then what if the problem isn't the ley lines have a powerful ability to attract and devour souls? Let's say that the ley lines are like a black hole, constantly seeking to engulf souls. But the souls that don't want to return...
Huh. Why does this...
What happens when the black hole can't achieve its goal? I'm only speculating here, but... What if it ended up swallowing innocent souls by...
That could explain why we weren't able to determine a cause of death. If you're right, and there's...
It does seem to explain a lot of the things we couldn't make
Except there's no concrete evidence. Mitya's relying on a lot of... Still, it seems like the
Alright, so... How could Shram not know that he's dead? Seems a little unlikely.
On the contrary, it's perfectly normal for a soul to wander the theater for centuries without questioning their existence or reason for being there. It's simply what's...
You know what, Mr. Brainiac? I'm trying to remember and... Even though my head feels like it's going to explode, I was the one who didn't want to remember my own death.
Well, I'm sure those are...
My lady and I snuck out to go on a date one day. We bought tickets for the theater. It wasn't really my thing, but I was just happy to be together. All of a sudden, a group of people burst into the theater, shouting for all the water imps to get out. Performers and audience members included. It was clear the conflict between humans and Fae had reached a boiling point. This time, the extremists were even coming after the water imps who had nothing to... I thought I could pull one over on them. So I took off my jacket, draped it over my lady, and tried to sneak out amid the chaos. But I got caught. They started shouting. But I was going to do whatever it took to buy her a chance to escape. No matter how many people stood in my way. I had to. Both as their bodyguard. And out of love.
It's all right, friend. You can stop there if you want.
It's just... If I'd known I was a dead man walking, I wouldn't have dragged you down with me. If I'm the cause of...
But...
No. I refuse to be a burden. I know what I have to do. I guess it's high time I got a breath of fresh air.
Mr. Shram, I'm sure we can figure out a...
My good sir. We both know I'm not supposed to be here. I should have accepted...
No. I'm speaking on a...
Let it go, man. Oh. Wait. One last thing. Miss Water...
Ozarova. Oh! Auntie Ozarova! That's what we all called her. I remember her as a very...
I'm so glad she survived. And she had lots of kids, as long as she went on to be happy. That's all that matters. There's no need to see me off, my friends. I've enjoyed our time together over these past few days.
Take care, my man.
I knew Mr. Shram was already dead, but...
Death is cruel, no matter how we...
So, was the conflict between Fae and humans really that bad back then? I was only little, so I don't remember much. Even the historical records about that time period don't say much about it. All people know is that the Tsaritsa founded the Fatui, drove out most of the Fae aristocracy without explanation, then used her terrifying power to
It seems to me like the Tsaritsa chose to make herself the enemy. She downplayed the conflict, directing whatever... That's also why, despite how brutal the conflict was at the time, there hasn't been much lingering tension between humans and Fae since. Things have been fairly harmonious for the past few centuries.
So, the Tsaritsa banished the Fae to protect the Fae living in the city? She offered herself up to be hated.
Maybe it's not quite as bad as it sounds. I don't think Her Majesty is too concerned if mortals hate her or not. And besides, there are very few who truly...
All this time, I had no idea...
All right. If Mitya's theory is correct, then I think we can
Ugh, if only this blasted storm wasn't still...
Looks like now we can just rest until the snowstorm. I still can't believe Shram turned out to be a ghost who'd been in the theater.
Knock knock.
Huh?
Knock knock.
Who's there?
You know the door isn't closed, right?
Think of it as a signal then. When I'm entering someone else's room and I knock, I'm here as Odette. If I don't knock, it's Lelek. Thanks.
So, why did you come to—
Vodyanitsa said you knew about my secret, but when everyone was discussing who Lelek could be, you were worried that revealing what you knew would be unfair to— Yes,
It's nothing. I mean, you didn't hold what happened with Signora against me, so—
Actually, there's something else as well. I found myself, so I thought I'd come and ask you for advice. It's about before all of this. The last time I saw him, he was dead. As I'm sure you know, my goal as Lelek was just, well, when I found out the tech lead for the experiment behind Project Stuja was Mitya, I immediately started planning to track him down and threaten. I often saw him around the theater, but I soon concluded that making my move there, so I decided to infiltrate the Armory Palace and go directly to his lab. That way, the threat would be much— well, I suppose there was a bit of luck involved. But I am a Fatus, but when I finally made it to his lab, Mitya seemed to be dead. I checked his breathing and his pulse. I thought maybe another anti-Project Stuja activist had beaten me to it, and chosen a much more brutal method.
That's why you were so on guard around Mitya that first night here.
Yes. When I saw him sitting in the audience during the performance, I could barely contain the To me, it was a miracle. Somehow, he'd come back from the dead. But then, the murder started happening and things got— that is, until Mitya himself said there must be a dead person among—
And yet, you thought that bringing it up right away would single Mitya out. Just like—
Exactly. Besides, we soon figured out that Mr. Shram was a ghost. And we knew there was only—
But now, it seems like there's an— I understand why you kept it to yourself. There was so much information being thrown around.
So, what do you—
Let me confirm one thing first.
Around a week ago. Sometime in the—
A week ago? That's earlier than I thought. I saw him just a few days ago at a restaurant. That definitely— He seemed completely normal to me. Chatting with Vodyanitsa.
So he was definitely alive on that day. Huh.
Here's a thought. The reason we even suspected a dead person could be among us was because of the problem with the theater's ley lines. But Mitya's death happened inside the Armory Palace. The ley lines affecting the theater—
You're right. I guess he doesn't fit the profile of—
I think the chances of it being him are very low. Surely he can't have died for real in the
Unless what?
Unless he really did come back from the dead.
You're right.
Huh, what's this? A private meet and greet? Where do I line up?
That's not what's going on here.
Well, I was just making the rounds. Thought I'd try to lighten the mood a bit. Vodyanitsa's handing out food if you're hungry.
What is going on with this storm? Could it be connected to that monster that just arrived in Sned?
I almost hope it is. Her Majesty the Tsaritsa left to vanquish that beast herself.
Do you think people still feel the cold after they die? I'm wondering about Shram.
Death itself is cold, isn't it? I'm sure the storm will embrace him.
Well, I hope he has a safe journey. I'm going to— thinking back on it. Once we get out of here, how are we going to explain what happened?
Are you okay? Here, take this. I've never used it.
Look who's Mr. Nice Guy all of a sudden. Is it because Tonya stood up for you this morning?
Yeah, without Tonya, Who knows how badly he would have been.
I told you already, I never intended to resort.
Bunch of rascals. Little girl? I was rather surprised when you spoke up for me this.
Oh, no need to.
I've been too embarrassed. So kind to everyone, but never lets her old man off the hook. Especially when she was little. Every time I took. All right, easy now.
I don't know.
Are you taking anything for?
Yeah. I'll be fine once I see my brother. He's gonna pick some.
I see.
We should probably discuss arrangements for tonight, now that the deceased has left our midst. However, out of an abundance...
Shouldn't we take shifts?
No need. I managed to get a nap in earlier, so I have plenty of energy right now. After all the
What a long day. This whole situation turned, but Valeri's right. I should just try.
Кто умрет?
He's awake. He's awake.
Гунов.
Get over here, you big lug.
If you must call me something, call me Mr. Door. The Black Mist is coming. You need to go.
Are you all right? Can you walk? He just seemed to come out of nowhere. Not much of a talker, but... Curses! The Black Mist is catching up to us. Mr. Door, I don't believe I've ever seen you around here before. Why is that?
There's no need to try to get to know me. I'm just
Mr. Door!
Looking for trouble.
I can just push these ones off.
Oh, well, anyway, we're lucky to have you here. Thanks for saving us earlier.
No need to thank me. This is where my duty lies.
Let that!
So we're doing this the hard way.
Хоть мамок сделали.
Just you wait.
Piercing ice! Fly!
What's this? Oh, remarkable work, Mr. Door. If I had your muscles, I'd do the same. Are none of these doors the one you're looking for?
No.
Грибной гроб.
Fighting frog!
Come no closer.
goodness!
Impossible.
I'm so exhausted. Wait, look! There's more monsters down there. Are they coming from with? No, no! They're gaining. Mr. Door, what are you doing? We
found it. This is my door.
What?
I am a door. This is where my duty lies.
No! You saved us.
You must keep going. A door can only keep things out for.
But oh, you're right. The black mist isn't moving anymore. Looks like both. I didn't just imagine all that, did I? Surely I wasn't so scared out of my mind that I... Oh, okay, good. Getting sleepy?
What time is it? Is it morning? I guess everyone's still asleep? These past 2 days have been exhausting. Larry? Wake up! Everyone needs...
Just like the last 2 nights. No. I've been a real thorn in your side, but for me, life will be all the...
How's Tonya? I just checked on her, and it doesn't seem like anything serious. She's just exhausted from the past couple of days.
That means Valeri was the only...
If Valeri was awake and keeping watch, it would have been impossible to kill him without waking up.
This is so frustrating. Why has nothing changed since yesterday?
Actually, one thing has changed.
Что
There's
со
only
звуком
one
стало?
victim this time, not 2.
Can a death at night... After the deceased Shram left, it's a reasonable conclusion. The number of people who die each night is equivalent to the number of dead...
Exactly. We identified Mr. Shram, and the night after he... By that logic, there must be one more dead...
Another one? But there was only one person unaccounted for.
Having an extra person was definitely a cause for alarm. But being one person short isn't nearly as unusual. Someone could have...
One more dead person among us. If Mitya's theory is right, then what Odette... It's just, at the time, we had... If only we'd taken it...
I'm sorry. This is my fault. I had information that could have...
I'm partly to blame as well.
What is this about?
Sounds like there's some big news you've been keeping from the rest of... I'm the dead person? Wow,
Odette and I talked about it yesterday, but we thought it just wasn't possible, so...
Yeah, I don't blame you. If I'd been there, I probably would have reached the same conclusion. Let me just try and verify this. I just scoured my memories trying to think back to the but I honestly have no recollection of dying.
Having seen Mr. Mitya a few days ago,
Well, if it isn't Mitya, then who?
If you don't mind me asking, Traveler, I believe you mentioned that you know Tonya's brother.
No, never.
Now, just 1 minute. I know where this is going. You're in the hot seat, and all of a sudden...
You're trying to pick a fight, Mr. Chuganov? Whenever you open your mouth, all you do is attack people.
You!
Did Mitya ask about Tonya because he suspects her? I suppose I only identified her by age, and nothing else.
I'm just saying, you're going around casting suspicion on people for no reason. I can vouch for her, if nothing else. I've seen her before. She's the sister.
Oh, really?
Since being here, I don't think I ever mentioned she was Child's sister's.
If Chuganov can vouch for her, then it can't be Tonya either. In which case... Miss Odette, could you go over that afternoon with me one more time? When you found me...
No problem.
Huh. No matter how hard I try, I just can't remember any. Miss Vojanitsa, during our last meal together, I told you how some of the researchers were suffering from
Oh, yeah. You said it was hindering the progress of your...
Right. And even though I don't remember dying that day, I'm pretty sure I experienced something like some of my memories from that afternoon.
Are you suggesting you're missing the memory?
Of course. How am I only just realizing this? Humans aren't necessarily aware of their own death.
You mean being silently assassinated, or died?
The researcher's amnesia. Suddenly it all makes sense. I must thank you, Odette. I think your perspective just helped me reach a breakthrough on...
Oh, leave! Hey, wait a minute! Aren't you rushing?
Come on, kid. Aren't you gonna...
I have other reasons beyond what's been discussed. In fact, I remember during Miss Odette's performance, while I was sitting in the audience stalls, a brilliant new idea for my research popped into my... I can't remember it now at all, and I didn't take any notes. I guess that...
No. Hold on. I see where you're going with this. There's a glaringly obvious flaw in that idea, no?
I believe Miss Odette's account. During the period where my memory is blank, I must have been either dead or in a similar state. All it would take is for the same thing to happen in the theater, and I would come under the effect of the ley lines in this vicinity. This increases the likelihood of me being the deceased.
But...
There's no evidence to suggest that anyone other than me is a candidate for the deceased. So please relax, everyone. I don't think things are as bad as they may seem. If, on the other hand, I'm still alive right now, well, apparently you've all witnessed...
Mitya's right. This is the only thing we can try right now. I think he's deliberately downplaying the gravity of the situation.
What is a scientist if not someone who gambles on experiment with this snowstorm, the ley line phenomenon, ghosts of the dead, and... But if I do get resurrected, you can be sure that I'll come back with the truth of...
Poor Mr. Mitya. Maybe it's a good thing that you weren't there to see it.
I hate goodbyes. Why does it feel like
Maybe it's the realization that, at the end of life, come to think of it, the main reason we're still alive right now is you could take it a step further and say that the same is true If I make it out of here, I'm going to...
Without regrets, I feel like a strange sense...
Are you okay? You look
If something's bugging you, let's talk about it.
I have a travel companion named Paimon. Alosha and Odette have met her before.
You're worried about her, aren't you? That makes...
To be honest, I used to feel like I was just a spectator in this world.
Descender?
But with Paimon by my side, over time, I slowly felt my connection. She loves eating, sleeping, and having fun. But she's... Over the last few days that we've been apart, I've often... But by the time I snap out of it, the conversation has already moved. I'm trying to overcome this sense of detachment, but I really miss Paimon.
I bet she misses you when you're not there as well.
I don't know if this will make you feel any better, but back when the water imps left Snezhnagor, I could be surrounded by people, all smiling and having fun. Later on, I started to think, maybe accepting the fact all we can do is cherish their companionship. So, once we get out of here, you better hurry back to our side as fast as you can.
Thank you.
But Vojanitsa, if you hate goodbyes...
That's just the choice I made. I used to regret, like I said before, singing is a water imp's primary motive. Our songs have echoed through this theater for hundreds of years. But does a story exist? So I made the choice to stay. That way, there would still be someone...
Could you teach me how to understand your people's songs sometime? I want to be able to...
A fan after my own heart. Thank you, Tonya. How...
Okay.
never heard that one before. I feel like...
Color me impressed, Tonya. Most people can only tell if a song is happy or sad. I didn't think you'd be able to pick up on such specific details. I've actually never performed this song in the theater before, because it has more of a ceremonial purpose for our people. It means something like, "May those we have lost watch over us, and follow this song back home in the night, so that we might be reunited once."
No wonder I could hear that sense of longing. You sing it for loved ones who have...
It's getting late, Tonya, and you're not well. We should all turn in...
Okay, but,
Of course. Anything.
Once I get out of here, I definitely don't plan on ever coming, but I guess that means I'll never get to hear Vodia Needs Us sing again. Before I fall asleep. Where am I? It's so dark in here. Huh? What was that noise?
Return, O spirits. Fulfill your oath of protection.
I'm alive.
No time for questions. Quick! Alright, we're safe. The spirit just now is called Night Prayer. The light subdues her, but she'll, sort of. I know it's hard, but you can't let this... Yup. Luckily, I was here to resurrect you. Otherwise...
A bit more than a bummer, I'd say.
Sure I do. I'm your guardian. I specialize in soul recall. Oh!
Thanks.
Alright, there's no time to waste. The black mist is already catching up. We need to reach the next switch before the place gets too dark. If we bring the light back, Night Prayer won't be able to get to us. Sweet, sweet light! It's back! Shh! It's Night Prayer. We need to move quick, but don't let her notice you. Look out! The next switch is... over there! The switch is just up ahead. Hurry! It's too dark. We're not gonna make it. Traveler! I won't let you die like this. Not on my watch.
Even though it's not permanent, dying is definitely not...
Great. You're back.
Yeah, thanks to—
Time for you to get out of here.
What about you? You're not coming with me?
I can't. I've already been used up. A guardian spirit's skills are finite. I can only resurrect someone so many. I might not look any different, but my essence has been exhausted. I can go no further. The black mist—
Why didn't you tell me sooner?
Because it wouldn't have changed anything. That knowledge would have just burdened you.
But...
Go. Now, before...
Well, I guess there's no need to inspect the body.
Нет, звук еще сломан.
Well, I guess there's no need to inspect the body.
This wasn't supposed to happen. You lied to us.
Take a long, hard look at your... I suspected you on day one, Lelek, and now look where it... And you, little hunter, ever so content with staying on the sidelines, yet...
Now you're just lashing out indiscriminately. That's either... Where was all this passion and bravado before? Decided to fight until the...
Is that a threat? Fine, bring it on! You think I'm afraid to die after all this?
After all the trauma of the past few days, Valeria and Metia aren't here anymore. Someone else needs to step up. But first, I need to think this through. Considering everyone left, who's... Of those who remain, the only person we've never met people are easily... But Mr. Chuganov vouched for Tonia's idea. Tonya, how's Tusser been lately?
Tusser?
Your brother Ajax must have mentioned me in his letters home, right? Did he say anything about a blonde?
No.
Oh.
Chuganov, looks like it's your turn to do some...
I knew you were behind this, Chuganov. Everything about you is fake. Down to the wife and daughter you're always talking. That night, when I infiltrated your place as Lelek, I noticed you were home alone. But thinking back on it now,
Even that was a lie?
Curses! Oh, why is there no end to this blasted snowstorm?
I think I remember now. The reason I'm always coughing is because I got sick with frostbite. It's not a very common illness. It's partly genetic and partly caused by the cold climate, but it can. After a while, I felt myself growing weaker and weaker. Nothing seemed to be. So one day, I told my brother that I wanted him to take me outside for once, so things could be. He agreed. He snuck me up. We got to the theater, bought tickets, and went inside. It was also.
Oh.
When I woke up, I couldn't. But there's no way he'd leave me behind. So I decided to stay here and wait for him. At the time, Antonia. Yeah, I know. I understand now. After all of that, it turns out. I'm sorry, everyone. I realized this.
Your name probably isn't even Tonya, is it? Didn't that ever—
Well, when I was little, my brother and I read when we escaped from the hospital, our family and— So when you first approached me and said my brother had sent you, and I thought he must have chosen a fake name that only the two of us would know. Because he was afraid of getting caught. At least your memory of death isn't painful. Now it's your turn, Chuganov. Talk to us.
You're right. I was lying. I happened to— And yes, the truth of the matter is, I lost them a long time ago. My daughter's name was Iskra. She also died from the snow cough. After Iskra passed, my wife, one day when I came home from work and saw the empty room, I soon discovered that this was the only thing that made me—
Nothing more than a pathetic means of escapism, I know. But at least it's not a— So explain your false—
The night before last, when I was chatting with Tonya, she mentioned that her brother would brew combined with her various symptoms. The snow cough used to be an incurable illness. I would pick frost fairy flower leaves to brew medicine for Iskrit, but the year after my daughter passed away, the jester of the Fatui announced that a cure for frost blight. It turned out that all previous treatments were completely ineffective. That was the final straw for me. So, more than anyone, I know full well that poor Miss Tonya, therefore, had to have been from an era when
So, you projected your daughter onto her? Even though you knew she was one of the dead?
That doesn't make any sense. You knew she was already dead.
I just don't believe in your crackpot. How can you just declare a living person dead and throw— Nitia's gone. My good buddy Shram's gone. And now it's Tonya. The others I can make my peace with. But little Miss Tonya, there she is, standing right in front of us, alive and breathing. I just want her to live. Once this snowstorm is over, the very moment I'll be damned if I'm gonna let you cast her out into the snowstorm before— Not again! Not this time! Not when the cure is right—
Mr. Chuganov, stop. By the sounds of it, you've known I was dead since— I really liked Mr. Valeri. I'm not happy about that. The reality is, you've been trying to fight your—
No! Listen to me.
Well, at this point, I'm quite sure that I'm dead. Despite all the bad things that kept happening, I got to meet so many— Since the day I escaped that hospital until now, I'm very fond of you all. If it were only possible, I'd trade— And that's why I'm not fond of you at all, Mr. Chuganov. It's them that you owe an apology to, sir. Well then, I suppose this is it.
You're leaving already? It's still early.
No. My name is Patashka. It was nice to meet— Feels strange that we're only being properly—
Patashka?
What are you doing, Chuganov? Are you crazy?
Let me leave.
In your dreams. Don't think you're getting off that easy when you had a hit. The Fatui have honed quite an array of enhanced interrogation techniques since they were founded. Once we're out of— think we should leave. I doubt this snowstorm is ever going to stop. For all we know, this storm might have destroyed all of Snezhnaya by now.
Wait, we finally solved the mystery of the haunted theater today.
Fair enough. I don't particularly feel like dying.
And yet you won't let me die first.
Hey, Shuganov, on a serious note, if we do make it out of here, you should close down that factory of yours. A lot of people are freezing thanks to you.
Is this really the time to be discussing my... All right, fine. I'll shut it.
Am I hearing things? There it is again. But I don't understand.
Should we open the door?
Is this it? If the last few days are anything to go by, whatever lies beyond that door at this...
How are you doing? Feeling any better?
Much better, thanks. Whew, it is. Let me see. Tonya and Vodyanitsa are missing. Vodyanitsa died last night. And then you...
Not Tonya. Pitat.
First, tell us how you made it back here, given the conditions outside.
You're right. The thing that got me back safely was... a song. I heard someone singing. After walking into the snowstorm, my mind grew hazy. I don't know how long I walked through the storm before my mind completely slipped away. Then, suddenly, I heard the sound of singing. The voice instantly brought me back to my senses, and I regained consciousness. So I followed the voice, searching for the source of the singing. I searched and searched, until finally, just a few moments ago.
I've actually never performed this song in the theater before. It means something like...
That must have been Vodyanitsa's Requiem. Who knew it actually...
That song is meant to guide the souls of the dead.
Huh. No kidding. When I first stepped out of the theater, I was still quite lucid. My memory of it is... I remember the outside world being completely different than what I'd expected. It was like... this was a world where only the snowstorm existed. I don't know how else to describe it, except to say that... it just didn't seem... And as for the Requiem, if I was guided here by Vodyanitsa's song, it can only mean that I must already be... But I didn't experience a clear moment of death while I was out there. Nor do I feel any different now than before I walked into the snowstorm.
You don't seem any different to me either. In fact, this is something I've been wondering about. Both Shram and Patashka were clearly deceased, and yet their souls didn't look...
This raises a truly terrible thought. Is... Mitya's soul was summoned back by the... Of course. Then maybe we've all been...
Пам-пам-пам. А, это... Только это?
Yes. I think that...
What did you say?
You heard me. We died in the theater. All of us did. But due to an obstruction in the theater's ley lines, it's ironic, really. All that time, we were working so hard to figure out who the deceased among us were. Do you remember that note, "Death is near"? Seems like we Death was nearer than we wanted to think all along. The note simply meant...
So all our attempts to survive...
Hard to say. At the very least, we helped two lost souls find clarity and go to where they belong. The presence of those two is probably what caused our souls to be drawn in by the ley lines. In which case, the deaths we've awoken to over the past few...
If what you're saying is true, doesn't that make us the lost soul? Huh, no wonder. This afternoon, when I was moving Vodyanitsa's body, I noticed that the other bodies in the room hadn't decayed one bit.
That's further proof that those aren't physical bodies at all, but merely our
Am I really dead? No, that's impossible.
I still find it hard to believe that all of us are dead. How exactly did we die in the...
Not even knowing how we died is preposterous.
Exactly. It's hard to rest in peace when you don't even know how you died. It gave me lots to think about as I strode out into the snowstorm. I racked my brains trying to remember the cause of my death, the exact moment I died. Wait. Hold on. Right before I lost consciousness, I think I saw... I can't remember.
Mitya, your hand. Is that blood on your...
Huh? You're right. There's blood on the fingertips of my right hand. Looks like it's already dried. When did that happen? What the... I guess... this was what I saw. What's wrong? Do you recognize...
It's... Renova. The ruler of death. Alosha, do you still remember that Snezhnaya? It was about the Grim Reaper. When someone's about to die, he appears, and as soon as you recognize his face...
I heard a similar tale when I was little. You think the Grim Reaper in this story
That's right. In which case, death is near could also mean...
Death, the deceased... When I first saw this note, I thought it contradicted the investigation report. But now it seems like...
So the Grim Reaper deliberately misled us. Then, we started suspecting each other and searched...
By that logic, the one person most... Identifying the Grim Reaper... Identifying the Grim... The Reaper is right here among... The Reaper is right... Identifying the Grim... Identifying the Grim... No doubt about it. Looking back at how everyone has acted over the past few days, Alosha is most like... Is it you, Alosha? You were the first to discover the investigation report, and you had plenty of time to slip the note inside to mislead us.
So? Surely you can't suspect me, but what if someone else found the investigation report first? Slip the note inside?
There's no denying it. The note could eat...
That's not all. I've also noticed that although on the surface, looking back now, even though you didn't say much...
What do you mean?
You were the one who emphasized how dangerous it was outside and insisted we all stay here. It was also you who suggested that, and earlier today, you tried to convince Patashka to stay. I don't understand why.
So, you didn't understand my intentions, and now you're assuming the worst.
He still won't admit it. Fine.
The biggest question I have right now is... if the Grim Reaper is...
That's right. This, right at the start. Before any victims had...
Блин, звук бы еще не баговался.
When all this began, right after the performance ended and the snowstorm began to pick up. It wasn't until we discovered the bodies the morning after that we realized, but it's clear now, that the oddities actually started earlier than that. When
Right. So Mr. Dimov was the...
And if we pinpoint that moment as the beginning of Alosha, you are the only person...
More precisely, Alosha never came back at...
Not bad. Well, since you've backed me into a corner, I suppose there's no point in keeping up the act anymore.
Alosha?
You're the Grim Reaper?
I am no such tired cliché. Mortals should address me as the ruler of death. Before being wiped out for good, you identified the two deceased, and even sensed my presence. A commendable achievement.
I heard you can ferry souls. Those deaths each night. Were they your doing?
Your initial conclusion was correct. Due to the existence of the two deceased, the ley lines yearned. Every night they devoured an equal number of souls to fill the void. This required no intervention from me. Here, take a look.
What are you doing?
That takes care of today's two. Don't get so worked up. You are already dead, and your souls must—
I know we're already dead. You—
Murdered? No. Murder is when mortals usurp my authority. Death is my jurisdiction. If I require someone to die, I need not resort to such laborious methods. You simply met the criteria to trigger my curse of death.
I know about the curse of immortality. So there's another death relic. You cursed us? When? And why would you do such—
So often, humans pray to me, begging to know when their death will come, and what form it will take. But few people ask why. If you must have an answer, know that death comes—
So you're not gonna tell us the truth?
Hold your tongue. By all rights, you should— Those angels from the past are to blame for the reckless renovation of the ley lines here. It's made my work on this occasion
Work? So trapping us here, making us watch our friends die, that's just another day at work?
You clearly have a lot of questions. Fine. As a reward for your— After the physical body dies, the soul must return to the ley lines for that person's death. To be considered— My work encompasses the entire process of death, including, naturally, the guiding of— You must also be rather familiar with Natlan's Night Kingdom, I presume? It was I who supported the creation of the Night Kingdom. It provided a convenient— Here too, the ley lines connected to the theater underwent some modifications. The angels hoped to make them capable of but this actually hindered their ability to accept ordinary souls to some— This effect manifested itself after you died from the curse in the theater, leaving you stranded in the afterlife, unable to achieve a complete death. But if souls who die from the curse of death fail to return to the ley lines within a short window of time, then they will remain forever suspended between life and death. No longer
So if you don't resolve this matter soon, and see all our souls return to the ley lines before long, we'll escape your control.
Mitya Sharp. This must be what Renova was worried might happen. But if you have the authority to guide souls, why didn't you just show yourself and get it over with?
You seek to understand the mind of a god. This is a theater, and I decided I wanted to watch a show about death. That's why I encouraged you to take the events to the stage. I found myself getting quite immersed. I suppose the entertainment you provided makes up for all the trouble you've caused me by being so defiant in the face of death. There.
Can't say I am.
Really? But it fits the stereotypes you humans have—
Just moments ago, you were complaining about how infuriatingly— Work is work, I get it. There are times when it's a huge pain, but you just have to get it—
That's a rather unique perspective for a human. You are in fact correct. Due to the obstruction in the theater's ley lines, there is a hard limit on the number of souls they can receive each day, making it revealing my identity too soon would inevitably have led to futile resistance. And there was a risk that any souls who chose to run— Then there was the issue of the two lost souls you called the deceased. The way you resolved that quandary was all part of my design.
That's what I don't understand. If all of us were souls of the dead, what made their presence among—
For centuries, they have refused to return to the ley lines, exploiting the issues created by the angel civilization to resist being drawn in. Centuries of obsession accumulated during this process. You may think of this obsession as the resentment of the dead, and in this quantity, it reached the point where I could not afford to leave it unchecked. But the only way to fix it was to help them acknowledge their own deaths, make peace with their regrets, and willingly, only then, with my guidance, could they finally return to the ley lines. Otherwise...
I vaguely remember seeing Patashka, but in the most terrifying form.
I see your dreams brought you many revelations. So you see, death in fact grants wisdom to mortals. Souls, anyway, giving psychological counseling, that is more of an angel's role. It was something I could not resolve directly using my authority, so I decided it was easier to leave the bomb. Meanwhile, of course, their presence caused the souls of other members of your party to return to the ley lines each night. From where as both issues slowly resolved one another without me having to lift a finger. All I had to do was stay close by, and of course, while I was at it, I thoroughly enjoyed—
Sounds like you had it all figured out, Grim. I just did the math. You said there's a hard limit to the number of souls the ley lines here can receive.
That much is obvious, even to a—
It's time to review this whole affair. If the ley lines can only take in 2 people per— Looking back now, none of us had the faintest idea at the time. From the moment that staff member named Demoff walked into the snowstorm, the incident had already begun.
Тут нет думала.
No. Let... No. Let me... No. No. Let me... No. Let me... Alosha was the second to walk into the snowstorm. During this process, the ruler of death assumed his identity. During our first night in the theater, everyone was caught up in the novelty of it all. No one could have expected there would be victims the very next morning. Despite all the confusion, and with the help of hindsight, we finally began to realize that something was amiss with the snowstorm. The ley lines devoured Torgov and Sobolova on the first night. At the time, we thought this might be... Odette and I spoke a lot that night. 3 people were on watch, but in the morning, we discovered that someone had fallen victim all the same. The deaths of Kulish and Rampana caused unexplainable phenomena occurred one after another, leading me... Later, we discovered that there seemed to be an extra person among us, and subsequently discovered the existence of the deceased. Mr. Schramm. He thought it was all over, But Mr. Valeri's death, a lot happened today. Mr. Valeri's death led us to discover the connection between the number of deceased. The fact that there was more than one deceased seemed to bring us back to square one. Odette revealed some information she had been keeping to herself. Vodia was... Although Mitya did indeed walk into the snowstorm, the void in the ley lines... As it happened, Patoshka filled the void left by Mitya's return from the ley lines. The girl I thought was child's sister Tonya. Come to think of it, Patoshka was about to... And Renova, unaware that Mitya would return, was concerned that her soul would overflow from the ley lines. That's why she used Alosha's voice to... Looking back, I suppose... No one could have expected anyone who walked into the snowstorm to return. But just after nightfall, Mitya returned, bringing crucial information with him. Various truths began to surface, including that all of us were already dead, and that the ruler of death was here among us. Then, after revealing her true form, Renova callously claimed 2 souls. In fact, everyone was already dead by the time we took the photo. And in the days since, we've experienced many more partings in the afterlife. Now, only Mitya and I remain. And the true culprit behind everything still stands before us. In Mitya's eyes, I see the same anger and frustration that I feel. That covers everything.
Your work isn't finished here yet, is it?
The water imp's song threw things off a little, but it is of no consequence. The ley lines have already anchored your soul, and the first ray of light tomorrow morning will take you back.
So the reunion in the night that Vodia mentioned, I suppose that was never meant to...
That just leaves you, traveler. My power only allows me to and your soul is firmly anchored for a descender like you, who is not bound by Tevat's rules. Your death can only be brought through the most violent of means, such as direct... I have no interest in involving myself with descenders. For now. Although, this may change if Asmodee remains missing.
One last question then. All our struggles and sacrifices here.
Death abides no reason. Besides, what you call sacrifice is merely a concept created by humanity. To me, it is nothing more than a self-indulgent charade in the face of death.
Grim Reaper, you really know how to get on my nerves.
I'm not here to ingratiate myself with you. I kill merely because your deaths are necessary.
Oh, you've made that quite clear. But humans don't take well to being scorned. Not even by the gods.
This is futile. You must know that you are powerless against me in my own domain. I suggest that you save your strength.
For what? Maybe we can't change it. But if nothing else, we can at least teach you to have some respect for the dead.
Audacious.
Нихуя не понял.
How are you holding up, Odette?
What happened to...
How much do you remember?
What do you mean? Is the performance over?
Has Odette already... Mitya?
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I spaced out there for a
Don't you remember any...
Yeah, I remember now, comrade. Looks like we guessed just like me when Odette found me at the Armory Palace. For some reason, everyone killed by the ruler of death eventually came back to life, just with one catch.
Odette and the others have already forgotten everything.
Could this be the reason? You said this is the ruler of death's symbol, right?
I don't...
You don't? Huh. Okay. Does that mean I carved this symbol into my soul? What an unsettling thought. What about you, though? The ruler of death mentioned that you're a descender?
A full explanation would get complicated.
Well then, now that it's all over, let's figure out what we've learned. The first thing I notice is that everything here is precisely as we left it, right before our deaths. This confirms that time passes differently in the
They say that right before death, time slows down, and you're...
That must be how you know you have one foot in the afterlife by that point. Anyway, clearly the few days we spent in the afterlife probably only amounted to a few short minutes in the real world. This also aligns with previous reports of widespread temporary memory loss among the Armory Palace personnel. Now it seems likely that those were all brief deaths. To those unaware of the truth, dying and coming back to life must feel similar to a short bout of catatonia. This leaves me with a couple big questions. What are the conditions that trigger this so-called curse of death?
If nothing else, I think it shows that killing us wasn't her ultimate goal.
Right. This time only got complicated because of the situation with the theater's ley lines. That's why she had to approach it differently. If the previous incident... Come to think of it, wasn't I about to note something down before I can't remember what it was, but... Sorry, Traveler. I'll catch up with you again later.
Sir, if I may, no one of your description has ever shown up in my yet you two seem very familiar with each other. And by the way, have we ever crossed paths? Forgive.
I can explain everything. Could you help me gather every...
So, Chuganov really is going to shut down the factory. I guess this theater incident... So, you said I promised to take you to the Armory Palace while we were in the afterlife, yes? I believe you. I think I even have a vague memory of... Agreed. Let's check in on her first. The whole reason for our trip to the...
I'm finally back. Even though a long time has... I should keep my emotions in check when I see Paimon again, or it'll seem weird.
Wait. The atmosphere here feels off. Shh. Stay quiet.
Have we still not been able to notify Child yet? We need new orders. What if... I'm so sorry.
Tell me, what happened to
It was the Jester. He came here and he's the director of the Fatui. His authorities to...
How long ago did he leave? And...
It was about an hour ago. Miss Paimon was fast asleep at the time. The Jester simply walked off with her.
Do you know where they went?
The Armory Palace, most likely. Lord Piero, the Jester, I'm surprised he came in person. Whatever his reason for taking Paimon...
Then lead the way, Odette.
Okay, let's go. It's just up ahead. Quick, let's get inside.
No, I'll go alone. You know I'm planning to force my...
I was hardly planning on taking you through the official channels anyway. I'm here to force my way in, just like you. I may be a Fatus, but I'm also Lel. Paimon's safety is paramount right now.
If you say so.
Let's go. There's no time to hesitate.
Hey, who are you? This part of the Armory Palace is under restricted access. What do you think you're doing?
No questions, please. We're short on time.
Trespass at your peril. Where are you?
Do you have a pass? Where are you coming from? So, you're intruders, huh? Then don't blame me for what happens next!
Too long.
The Armory Palace is hidden this deep in? This place is much bigger than I imagined.
They're conducting top-secret research after all. The deeper it's hidden, the better, is standard Fatui logic.
The style doesn't really look like the Fatui's handiwork, though.
They must have requisitioned some structures from a past civilization. It also served...
Intruders! Stay alert!
Torn to oblivion! Illusion shattered! Book alive!
Intruders? Don't come any closer!
Just what are you guys trying to do here? I'm short work of short.
Our bond is strong. I'll settle this.
Now you shall perish!
No one interferes with the Jester's work.
No escape. Buckle up. Ha! Out of my way! Shiver!
Inazuma shines eternal! Shine down!
Fix it.
Вернусь.
Looks like no one's guarding this place.
There's something off about that decoration over there. Look out!
Let's deal with these before we move on.
Illusion shattered! Shine down! There is no escape!
The researchers here probably don't know that we're uninvited guests. Let's try not to hurt them.
Hmm? What's the big star from the theater doing here?
That's Miss Odette.
Was the whole reason for Project Stuja to support the research here at the Armory Palace? Just what are the Fatui and the Tsaritsa planning?
Какие мило.
Whoa! Who are you? Never seen you around here before.
Looks like there's no way through here.
Maybe using the power of this prism could help?
I think I see some images.
It's the prism's power at play, causing images of the past to reappear, albeit only as
Paimon. And the Jester. Is this another scene from the past?
Yes. It looks quite old, though. I don't think it happened in the recent past.
What's going on here? What happened?
The source seems to be the Armory Palace. They must have started some large-scale experiment.
Wait, what if this has something to do with Paimon? We need to hurry!
We're almost there. The Armory Palace is just up ahead.
Paimon, please be okay. What's going on? Wait, I remember this feeling. It's the curse of death. No, not now! Why is the curse of death struck? Odette! Is this the afterlife again? I need to find a way back to reality. Is that Odette's core Ignis? Could that be? Odette? Odette! No signs of life. But past experience said, did Odette intentionally use her core Ignis to guide my soul? Thank you, Odette. If not, but I'm sorry. I don't have time to protect you. Sure enough, everyone here has been affected by the curse of death. Paimon! Paimon! No, wait. Paimon probably didn't escape Renova's curse either. She won't be able to respond to me right now. I'll have to find her myself. Nitya! Is this the laboratory he works in? What happened here to trigger the curse of death again so soon? I'll have to ask him when he wakes up. Finding Paimon has to take priority now. Found her! Paimon really is here!
You don't learn, do you? You've already been involved in one mass death, and now you show up at the scene of another. This might have passed for a coincidence the first time, but a second time? Am I to assume you are intentionally interfering in Judging by your expression, it seems that you in that case. A word to the wise, a civilization that fails to learn its lesson constantly depletes its own worth. It will one, and as a descender, you are perfectly suited to be the lifeline to which a dying civilization might desperately cling.
No advice needed. I'll make my own judgments.
Suit yourself. When the day of reckoning arrives, not even a descender can hope to escape The time for resurrection fast approaches. The mortals here are not yet worthy to behold my form. So that will be all for today.
Руны.
That thing is coming with me. You awoke sooner than I thought. The curse of immortality is stubborn, unable to enter the ley lines, yet not content to remain a spirit.
Ruler of death, what do you want?
You perplex me. Both you and you. That thing may be a creation of Celestia, but it possesses none of Celestia's power, let alone authority. Your obsession with it baffles me. No matter, the resurrection will soon begin. It's worthless anyway. I'll reclaim it next time.
Hey, who says there'll be a next time? missed you, Paimon.
What are you talking about? We haven't even been apart for that long.
It was different this time. You seem to be in pretty good
Yeah, Paimon's back in tip-top condition. The jester and that guy talking to him used some kind of energy on Paimon. And she could kind of feel it canceling out that other thing that...
So, Mitya helped too?
Apologies for leaving in such a hurry at the theater earlier. I was in a rush to verify some theory. Rest assured that your companion is perfectly safe. We reversed the effects that the experimental energy had on her. The jester specifically instructed me to...
I suppose this is our first official meeting, Traveler. I could not let Paimon suffer in her condition for a moment longer, and so I simply took her without explanation. I hope you do not mind.
But why would a big shot like you care about...
As I said when you first arrived in Snezhnaya, we once spent some time together. And
Oh yeah! You did mention that! And Paimon did...
I'm afraid the reminiscing will have to wait. Mitya, let us continue with the report. What conclusions, if any, did you reach from conducting the...
The good news is, my hypothesis regarding the ruler of death has been verified. As for the bad news, I recommend we suspend the experiments and Project Mistleton until further notice. Currently, we have no means with which to make a breakthrough.
I will trust your judgment. We shall put the project...
Wait! What are you guys talking about? You want...
By whatever means necessary, so long as it removes the threat she poses to us. Until then, after what just happened, I've ascertained Renova's goal. Or rather, the trigger condition for the curse.
Okay, let's hear it.
What she's doing is blocking Snezhnaya's technological progress, preventing us from possessing any means with which to threaten the heavenly principles.
Just like the little lapdog she is.
So, any ideas, research, or experiments that lead to technological progress can just now, for instance, I was set to launch a final phase energy experiment ahead of schedule. If the experiment was successful, we could have achieved a As expected, though, the moment the experiment began, all the researchers, technicians, and witnesses, all that effort, not to mention the energy and materials we relied on Project Stuja to gather for us, went to waste.
Does that mean something similar happened when we were at the theater?
That's right. During the performance, I thought of an important breakthrough regarding the experiment. And so the nature of the curse seems to be something like... when moments of technological progress occur... Of course, that meant the curse was normally limited to the Armory Palace, since outsiders are forbidden from entering until Odette came along. I believe she was the first witness. The curse of death was triggered just before...
But you mentioned something about a final stage experiment.
That's right. Even with the gods locking certain key components out of reach, humanity can still advance technology in incremental steps accumulated. But, as I'm sure Renova anticipated, even incremental progress has its limits. A point where the truth you're seeking...
You mean the experiment you were just about to do?
Yes. We were at a critical juncture, a moment where the quantitative was about to translate into fundamental qualitative change. With this single experiment, we could have brought everything, but now, after already being forced to fumble around in the dark all this time, as long as Renova's curse of death persists, we won't be able to advance the experiment or obtain a...
And with Project Stuja having been in effect all this time, at our nation's current strength, repeated trial and error is simply only by eliminating Renova first. Will...
She's the ruler of death! She can just kill whoever she wants, right? That's gotta be the scariest power ever! Is it even possible to beat her?
We'll see. But one thing's for sure. She definitely can't just do whatever she wants. The best proof of that is me, standing here, very much alive.
You're saying...
Wouldn't it be easier to just kill all of us researchers for good? Why resurrect us over and over again? Why let us advance our technology to this point?
So, you're saying... even the...
Exactly. And I think that's where...
Regardless, the ruler of death has always been an obstacle we must overcome. Indeed, our goal is the heavenly principles.
The Fatui wanted...
For a long time, I've had a vague suspicion the Fatui and the... But hearing the Jester admit it is still a shock.
No wonder the Tsaritsa's goal has always been. What kind of road will that lead?
In that case... Lord Jester, I would like to...
Granted. Get some rest. Put the experiment out of your mind. And... While there is yet time, allow me to offer you my hospitality.
I remember hearing the term...
Yeah! Paimon wanted to ask about that when the name came up just now.
As you know, Project Stuja is a series of measures enacted to consolidate our nation's resources, the greater purpose of which many of the things you have encountered thus far are essentially. This includes the Kuvaki Experimental Design Bureau in Notdry. Researching Kuvaki was merely...
And that's a weapon built for the final...
Huh?
I was given some intel, and I made some deductions.
Wait! You must mean that thing over there! Oh, Paimon's gotta take a closer look at this.
Kuvaki alone will not break through Celestia's defenses, let alone challenge. The Heavenly Principles are no doubt accustomed to combating the power of the Light Realm, and elemental energy is simply the power of the human realm. To use this power against it. For now, therefore, we have set our sights on the form of energy associated with the third descender. You could say that by reverse engineering the stellar linchpins to extract the energy within, we have obtained a source of anti-sol...
The Kuvaki Experimental Design Bureau, Project Stuja, and the new energy experiments. Huh, and it looks like your plan is almost complete. No, what?
Her Majesty the Tsaritsa has embarked upon an expedition to vanquish a monster.
Seems like the powers that be in Snezhnaya don't intend to...
The Harbingers have been granted significant autonomy in retrieving the Gnosis. But by the same token...
You read my mind.
Speaking of the Gnosis, Paimon's been dying to ask this question since forever.
The Gnosis will undoubtedly serve as a key bargaining chip when she confronts the Heavenly Principles. Beyond that, you...
What do you mean? Not sure.
Taking on the Heavenly Principles is something most people wouldn't even entertain in their wildest...
Into that today. Civilization is nothing. Our civilization may very well be destroyed in the struggle, but as things stand, that only by changing the state of affairs, only by overthrowing the Heavenly... Otherwise, the fate of the people of Conria and Hyper...
Accepting potential destruction?
Furthermore... Perhaps this is...
Huh? All of them? Paimon knows about the curse of death you mentioned.
Then the birth of the Hilichurls, the rules of Natlan's Ode of Resurrection. Those are curses too? Farina's long life seems to stem from a curse, please.
Yes. Even a god's love for humanity.
What?
The Tsaritsa has always had ample reason. If she can seize their authority, she will reconstruct the entire world. Look forward to it. It will be a world big. Though the ordinary people of Snezhnaya may not understand these details, in this frigid land locked in a ceaseless struggle against the environment, we all believe that standing in solidarity with the
Paimon really doesn't remember. He's basically a stranger. You've gotta believe
Allow me to explain. The reason Paimon reacted to the anti-Celestia energy is because she comes from Celestia.
Paimon?
Oh, right. I was blinded by anger earlier, but thinking back on it, Renova...
As you know, the lunar fragments in Nodcry were pulled down from the sky, but the first application of this technology was in Conria. I used this technology upon the heavens, and the response I received was none other than Paimon, descending. I presented her to the Vinster King, but he took no interest in this gift, nor did it satisfy him. Paimon then took up temporary residence in my palace until...
Wait, Paimon's a little confused. You're talking about things that happened in Conria, but Paimon doesn't remember any of that. Falling from...
Having lived through the cataclysm, perhaps you too were burdened with some manner of curse.
But it's not just her memories from Conria. Paimon doesn't even know how she spent the last 500 years. She only has memories from the past few years. What was Paimon like back in Conria? Did she know a whole lot because she came from Celeste?
Unfortunately, when you arrived in Conria, your consciousness was like during the time you lived in Conria. Your personality was no different from how it is now.
Aw, man! Paimon's planned to get her memories back and become, even though Paimon lost her memories, she still feels weirdly close.
On the contrary, I completely ignored your existence, but now, as I see it, it is as if you are the only saint.
Noted. Man, but, Traveler? Even though you know Paimon's some creation of Celestia now, you still... Oh, phew! That's a relief. Paimon's just learning about...
Thank you for telling me so much. I'm a bit surprised, honestly.
Чё так
I
много?
didn't expect you to be quite so transparent with me.
Ясно.
Given the circumstances, the Fatui need...
Allies?
To advance Project Mistleton, we must first resolve our issue with the ruler of...
That's right. Ever since she said she intends to reclaim Paimon...
Against an opponent of this caliber, deliberating over our allegiances would waste time.
You're going to challenge the ruler of death? Just for Paimon? But Paimon, thank you! Oh, thank you!
The Tsaritsa will return in triumph in short order, and the Fatui shall hold internal...
Got it. Thanks for your help with Paimon.
There was just one other thing. Well, it's just a request, really. Paimon, of course, Paimon knows it's top secret and stuff, but she just had...
Certainly you may.
Whoa! For real? Actually...
While the technology is not yet fully developed, it has nevertheless reached the stage where Celestia...
Oh. Wow. No wonder Paimon felt so out of sorts.
Paimon? You're okay.
Long story short, yep, Paimon's...
That's right. When I woke up, I wanted to go in after you, but the guards had woken up as well. It would have been tough to take them up, so I returned the way I came and waited
It was thanks to you that my soul found its way back to my body.
Huh. That actually worked? Nice. Really, you should be thanking this thing instead. Anyway, and now that things here are all taken...
Ah, Director Chuganov, you're back. We just received notice that Project Stuja has been suspended. So this is the preliminary plan. In addition to expanding production capacity, we've also discussed feasible layoff plans to optimize Our calculations indicate that the factory's profits will increase by at least...
That won't be necessary. Leave the energy for those who need it. Whether they use it just to get by or to run a business, that's up to them. Start preparing to halt production and lay off the staff. Make sure the workers are able to land on their feet and that they are duly compensated.
Am I hearing you right? Why?
I just suddenly don't. Iskra. It's time to rest.
Dear esteemed members of the Rokat, given the effects of Lelik's radical actions upon our organization's reputation and social stability, a decision has been made to, considering that Lelik did what they did for the benefit of the people, the Rokat has nevertheless negotiated with the authorities. Lelik will be suspended for a period of time. Depending on their future performance, the purpose of this notice is to remind everyone once again that motives and methods are even with Project Stooge's suspension and our interim operational victory, we act only for the greater glory and solidarity of—
We act only for the greater glory and
You mean for us?
Just thinking out loud, I've never seen the Snezhna Grad vet. I never once thought I'd come here. But I understand everything now, Rosaline.
I've seen Spirit Seeker performed many times, including by your mother.
Why do you bring that up all of a sudden?
Even though the choreography is always identical.
So you actually want to talk to me about ballet?
I just think it would be a pity if the dance was lost to history. She didn't teach it to you, did she?
That was an unusually subtle taunt for you.
We embraced one another on the snow-swept plains, melting the ruthlessness of time. But when our bodies, in pieces, are cast to the winds, what of our love will remain behind?
Don't tell me you can't sing.
Shush. I understand her hatred. The Fatui robbed her of the life she should have had. I never opposed her dancing. Yet still I became an enemy of her ballet. I'll just keep my distance. Many despise me. I'm used to it.
You're certainly not one to shy away from confrontation. But children, they need a different approach.
I'm hardly the most maternal figure.
Yet, she is a child. In my experience, while a father commands authority, he must still yield to love. You should tell her what you think about her dancing. Odette will soon take the stage at the Koralyevsky Theater. This could be your chance.
Geonosis secured. It went smoothly. I'll be there. Have them send me an invitation.
Sadly, things didn't work out. Her final words are inside that block of ice.
This? Aren't these for monitoring her subordinates?
Not yours. This one isn't her witch's flame, but my two worlds' flames. The two worlds' flames can burn away memories. It was my parting gift to Rosaline.
If all goes to plan, she and I will both live to see the Tsaritsa succeed. I believe she'll find peace. But if anything happens to me, She needn't follow in my footsteps. The cryo energy will fade away in time. Then the two worlds' flames will burn away all memories of the Fatui. She'll be free to dance. She deserves this.
I will handle the aftermath. The choice is yours, child.
Fresh air at last! Paimon's head isn't spinning anymore, and the fever's all gone. Paimon's finally free to fly again! Oh, it's nice to finally know where Paimon came from, too. It did make Paimon like, who cares if Paimon's a creation of Celestia? She's probably not anyone that and like you said, this doesn't have to change anything between us. You're not gonna just...
You've spent the last few days lying in bed and stuffing your face.
Says who? Paimon's as agile as ever. They don't call her White Floaty for nothing. Paimon originally wanted to check out the bookstores in Snezhnograd, but she's more in the mood for flying around right now. Wait, they've got light novels from Yai Publishing House here too. Huh? And this is Paimon's favorite mystery story from Fontaine. The local Snezhnayan books look pretty interesting too, but also kind of heavy.
I thought you were in the mood for flying.
Paimon can read while she flies. Hey, look at these two dolls. Which do you like better? All right.
Oh, I thought we were only getting one.
There you are. Thanks.
Paimon will grab this and then... Huh? 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 How many layers does this thing have? And what are you laughing at? A whole bunch of people are gathered over by the plaza. Hey, look!
I know that voice. Of course. If it isn't Paim...
Yeah! The jester knew it was wrong and fixed Paimon right up! Thanks for sending someone...
Oh, yeah. About that. That was... kind of embarrassing. Oh, right. Let me introduce you. This is my little sister, Tonya.
Hello, Tonya!
Hello, hello! Firstly, I'm...
Hey now, why'd you have to start with that?
So she's the real Tonya.
She said you two didn't manage to meet up at the theater. She waited ages for me, and when I didn't show, she got a little worried and went outside.
I know, right? He didn't bother to say a word to me. I searched up and down the city for him, and he only told me about it when I finally caught him at the gates of Glupov.
I've been rushed off my feet lately, so I didn't get the chance to go home. I just figured the Traveler would fill you in when he got...
Well, the snow was bad, and you're never late. So I was really worried about you.
I'm sorry, Tonya. I really am. I'll make it up to you somehow.
Although the mix-up led to a series of misunderstandings, it's probably... Besides, it's obvious that Tartaglia isn't usually one to break a promise. He only gave his ticket to me because he had to look into Lelik.
No, it's fine. It just meant I didn't get to see the show in the end. By the way, what did you think?
I would the best is...
Huh? What kind of...
Hey, look!
Бубас. Почему они салютуют это хелдайверами? На этом все. Так, мне поспать надо, так что пока-пока.